excited I got moved. I'm like, why did you move? They just set it up that way. And they said, oh, that's awesome. I don't want to sit next to Roger anymore. I'm not used to being in the car. Brenda's like, oh, great. I'm sick of sitting next to Roger. I'm like, okay, whatever. No, Brenda did. You got a lot of lifesavers, man. You got about like 400 of those mint things.
Sorry, we're waiting for one more council member. We had a closed session that ran long, and then we had to have our housing authority meeting. We'll give it a minute. Okay, welcome everyone to the Costa Mesa City Council meeting for February 5th, 2019. Okay, would you please rise and join Daisy Avila and the Mariachi Nueve Ilusion quartet for the salute to our flag. And please stay standing for the moment of solemn expression.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the red fonts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the Please put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Oops. Okay. Pastor Jordan Hansen from Newport Mesa Church. Are you here?
How's everyone doing? On May 18th, Trellis is organizing a serve day that's going to start out of our parking lot. So if you want to roll up your sleeves and get sweaty with service projects around Costa Mesa, mark that on your calendar. Let's pray. Father, thank you for the opportunity to serve our fellow citizens, and thank you for the council, Lord, that is here tonight. I ask that you would give them wisdom and guidance as they are making policy and creating opportunities for this city to become even more effective at being a healthy community for all of the people that live in it. And God, I ask that tonight would be civil, and that even when we disagree, we would be agreeable. And I just pray that you would just cause our city to be a great city. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you for the opportunity to pray.
Okay, City Clerk, may we please have the roll?
Councilmember Chavez?
Present.
Councilmember Guinness? Councilmember Mansour?
Here.
Councilmember Marr?
Present.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Here.
Mayor Foley?
Present. City Attorney, any closed session report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Direction was given in closed session, but no reportable action was taken.
Public comments is at this time, and if you would like to speak to the council on an item that is not already on our agenda, it's now the time. You can come to the podium up here, and each speaker will be given 3 minutes. You can voluntarily provide your name, or you can just come and speak. Yes. Good evening.
Flo Martin, Costa Mesa. Today, online, LA Times showed a picture of the beach around the mouth of the LA River. If you didn't see it, go look. It's a friggin' mess with all the plastic and the polystyrene strewn all over the beach. According to a Surfrider report that I read recently, 65 cities in California have ordinances banning polystyrene foodware in their restaurants and other food vendors. Newport Beach, 2008. Aliso Viejo, 2005. Government facility expanded polystyrene ban. Ordinance number 2004060. Huntington Beach, 2005. Laguna Beach, 2008. Laguna Woods, even earlier, 2004. Orange County Government, 2005 and 6. San Juan Capistrano, 2004. I used to own a house in Scotts Valley, a city among others that went one step further than a simple ban. Scotts Valley not only banned expanded polystyrene requirement, but also they demanded that all restaurants in the city package take-home food in recyclable or compostable containers. I read this to my husband this afternoon before practicing on him, and he said, you know, all of the Huntington Beach Unified High Schools that he serves in as a substitute teacher have installed automatic water dispensers next to their water fountains. And the kids carry around stuff like this. And I see so many of you with your own water containers. I have gone to city-sponsored meetings and receptions and functions, and I have seen in the back of this room, for example, just last week, free cookies and free water bottles. And I see there's free water bottles here. I say no. I recommend that the city, as part of their sustainability and climate action plan, put a similar ban on our city facilities, government facilities, on polystyrene, and also no more free water bottles, so that folks who want to drink or hydrate, such as some of you here on the dais, bring your own stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council? Please come to the podium at this time.
I never get to say what I was going to say. So on Flo Martin, which he was just saying, in 2013, my neighbor, Scott Moreland, took his high school, he's the surfing coach at Newport Harbor High School, and he was a history teacher. And his students, he took to meet with Jim Righeimer. Jim Righeimer laughed at them about what she was just talking about, because they were involved in getting the Huntington Beach project going and that work. Jim Righeimer laughed at them. I'm saying now we have an enlightened city council. Let's revisit that. Okay, thank you. But that's not what I was going to say. So anyway, on the way over here tonight, sun's setting, beautiful. But if you look up at the street lights, look up on the way home. Go down 19th Street. They're out. One's on, not the other one, all the way home. You know, there's a problem over here, and it isn't just the homeless. This place gets ignored. Your neighborhood gets ignored over here. Please start paying attention on the way home. Okay, so it's National Women's Health Month. So please, I hope all the gals in the city, you're taking care of your husbands, your sons, your daughters, your parents. So please take care of yourself. Put the oxygen mask on first and take care of yourself. And also, I really appreciate what our new mayor has been doing. She's been to Sacramento twice. She's been to Washington, D.C., fighting for funds, fighting to get the sober living thing under control at the state and federal level. And if anybody, I think she's done more in a month than the past few mayors have done in a whole year. And I'm not joking. And she got out of D.C. in a storm and somehow got here to the open house on the new project going on in this street. And I appreciate people that don't just talk the talk, but are walking the walk. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Janet Krockman, longtime Costa Mesa resident and business owner. I just wanted to say that I know we've got lots on the agenda, so I'll try and keep it short, but I don't think I've had a chance to actually thank all of the staff people that I know that have been working very, very long hours for months on the big projects that have been before you. You guys elected yourselves to join the dais and jump into this, and the city people, I don't think they quite had that same opportunity. I mean, they were already sort of employed, but this was extra work that landed on their desk over a short period of time, including the acting city manager, Tammy. So I just wanted to give kind of a shout out to all the city staff for all the extra effort that you have put forth in the last 6 months or so, getting us to this point. And as I've probably said before in other public forums, I couldn't be happier about what's happening. So go Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, this will be our last speaker. Unless there's someone else who would like to speak, please come to the podium now.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Sam here. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa and a business owner. Just recently, I was sent for my business a violation of notice for conducting a business, and that relates to hemp and hemp-related products. The code violation I was sent, we believe that doesn't apply to us. We are a business that specializes in CBD products, not marijuana, or we have nothing to do with medical dispensaries. We're just strictly CBD stores. And the products that we sell comply with the federal guidelines. And what we sell is in all food is a food supplement, and we believe that what was sent to us again is doesn't apply to us. I mean, we are just a CBD store. The code enforcement officer wants us to remove all the items from our shelves, and I'm not sure where to go from here. And I truly believe that there is some sort of a confusion, and I just wanted to address that issue. And
okay, if you would like either the city attorney or Mr. Curtis can give you his card if you want to go around there, and he'll get in touch with you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is our last speaker.
I know people have said if you complain, you should have some solutions. So I complained last year regarding some of the things that happened with some of the council members taking money from contractors in the form of Dodger tickets, in the form of other types of gifts, Hamilton tickets and whatnot. And because of that, there's been 3 FPPC complaints filed that are still pending in Sacramento. And there's a really very easy solution to this. We can go along with what the Orange County supervisors do as far as a gift ban, and it's a $50 gift ban, a total of $50 a year per contractor. The city of Orange has one that's even more stringent. It's $5. So if you want to have a coffee and a donut, you can choose between a coffee or a donut, but not both. And each of these are punishable as misdemeanors. And along with that, our police department already abides by this code. They take an oath under the California Post, and at the very end it says, with no compromise for crime and with relentless prosecution of criminals, I will enforce the law courteously, appropriately, never employing unnecessary force or violence, and never accepting gratuities. So you already have a police department that isn't accepting anything free. And I think that considering a gift ban would be in the betterment of our city. Many of the other cities have it, and it certainly would behoove our young council people to not go along with some of the former policies that we've had, so you don't get involved in some kind of investigation and whatnot with the federal fair practice. So that's what I'm suggesting. And I made a copy of the county's gift ban. I made a copy of the Orange gift ban, and there's also a copy of the Post pledge that the police officers take. And I think they're somewhere on the back table, or maybe you've already been forwarded copies. But I would suggest that that would be a foolproof mechanism to put in. That would be for all employees, including all council members. And it also would stop the contractors from offering. So I hope you'll consider this, because I don't see any downside to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will have council committee reports. We're going to start with Councilmember Marr.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. First of all, apologies to the folks sitting up next to me. There's a small chance you might get sick after this. I'm sorry. And so if I'm coughing and hacking up here, I apologize in advance. I could not agree more with Ms. Crockman as it relates to the job that our city staff is doing. So just to double down on the thank you, because I know that there's been some very, very long hours. Ms. Martin, as it relates to sustainability and energy, I was very excited that during our goal-setting session that was held a couple of weeks ago, that was one of the priorities that I came into the room with at the beginning of the day, and I was happy that my colleagues agreed with me. So moving forward, that is certainly something that we're going to be working towards kind of across the board as it relates to energy and sustainability. I'm not going to spend too much time talking. I'll save my voice for later. I was wondering if we could close the meeting in memory of the Garden Grove Fire Chief Schultz. And kind of last but not least, I debated saying anything, but I do feel inclined to say something publicly about just how supremely mystified I am about the new position that our former city manager now has. And so $200,000 in my mind is a whole heck of a lot of money. That's, the median income in Costa Mesa is about $81,000 right now. And so I plan on at least making a couple phone calls to the County of Orange as it relates to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Mansour.
Yes, briefly, I know there's been a lot of discussion about our new library, and I'm really excited about what's happening and can't wait for the grand opening. As you know, we also have a separate playground area that's we're kind of deliberating on separately from the major project. And so there's been a lot of ideas put forward, but there's a video I'd like to ask staff to turn on. It's only a couple minutes. It just shows what one other city did. I'm not saying we have to replicate it, but it's just we have a tremendous opportunity here for something really big and beautiful there for our kids. And so this is just an example of something that we potentially could do, something similar to this.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, airplane park!
Lakewood's Del Valle Park, also known as Airplane Park, has landed a new one-of-a-kind custom-designed playground.
I absolutely love it. I think this one is very photogenic. I was amazed when I looked at it and I thought, oh my goodness, this just really laid out wonderfully well. And then we have the runways and we have everything, all the components we need for the kids to really come out and experience the joy of play.
I think this is a great opening for the city of Lakewood. We have been really working hard to upgrade all of the parks, and really this is kind of a culmination of a lot of work, a lot of ideas that went into it. Airplane Park is all new now, and we're so proud of the park, and we're happy that the residents seem to really like it as well.
It's a custom-built, custom-designed playground. There's not another one like it in the entire country. It was a great design process between the designer, council members, city staff, and what we've come up with is an airplane-themed playground at Airplane Park.
In the shadow of the restored F-3D2 Skyknight, kids boarded planes for takeoff. There is a control tower, a runway, airplane spring riders, and even an airline ticket counter. Everything you would need for your dream trip.
The coolest thing about this is that it has like all the features. It has the planes, it has the jungle gyms, it even has the headquarters and the bottom headquarters. I mean, it's like an entire Air Force base, and I'm glad to see other kids are liking having fun playing. And I've been waiting for like a year now for this park to open ever since they finished the giant plane.
Well, I like the seesaws and the planes. I mean, it's incredible how these like builders think what they want to build and then build something incredible.
We have been so excited to come back to this park. We've been watching it be rebuilt, and we were just so excited to see that it was open this week.
Opening day attendees received a free balsa wood plane with the Del Valle Playground logo printed on the wing. And there was face painting and other kid-friendly activities.
Building this playground was a really hard job, and I would like to thank the people who have done it. It's such a good job on this playground, and I like the plane, and I just love the park.
Well, I think it's great. I mean, considering what it was before, they redid the jet, which is outstanding. This is, one of the best playgrounds we have in the city right now. They've been redoing, parks as they go, but this by far is one of the better ones. So yeah, this is great. I don't think the kids could think, want anything better than this.
Another great play space ready for takeoff for Lakewood residents. Enjoy your flight. Now departing Del Valle Park.
And that's it. Thank you for playing the video, Dane. And I just think we have a tremendous opportunity to do something really good, and I just thought I'd share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Guinness.
I would like to, even though I have my plastic water bottle here, I forgot my metal one in the car. I thank Ms. Martin for bringing that up. Way back in like 89, 90, I started pushing to get styrofoam out of City Hall. And at that time, people thought I was nuts. Well, now I don't think you'll find styrofoam in City Hall unless somebody brought it in a lunch sack or something. But we still do have city buildings, including this one, where styrofoam is used. So I would like to see us move away from that. Mosquitoes. We usually don't think of mosquitoes in the winter time. However, what we're seeing is people are bringing their houseplants indoors because of the cold weather at night. If you have a saucer with your houseplant, it may have eggs from mosquitoes that have encysted in the saucer, and then when you have the water and you have the warmer temperature of the indoors, they will hatch out. We've already had several flurries of mosquito complaints from, say, Buena Park had a little flurry of them, and This is the Aedes mosquito. It's the one that carries yellow fever, although it has to bite somebody with yellow fever first. And it also would carry Zika virus, and so it's a particularly pernicious mosquito. But we have seen increased mosquito activity from people bringing their houseplants in. So if you bring your houseplants in, make sure you scrub the saucer real well, because if there's that hard water stuff, that's a favorite place for the eggs to kind of be hidden. Or you probably don't want to skip the saucer if you're inside, but be sure you drain the saucer as soon as the plant is finished draining, because it could be a problem. And we get a little relief in the winter usually, but we don't want to take away that relief. And then, let's see. I was interested in the gift ban idea. I myself am interested in pursuing, and I've been gathering information, which I will be bringing to council, on an ex parte ordinance, which is basically disclosure of third-party communications, what they've told you, who you spoke with, what you spoke about. And that's an important part. If it had an influence on your decision-making process, it's very important, because say there's somebody out there who finds that maybe what you based your decision on needs to be countered a little, or what you're considering basing your decision on needs to be countered a little bit. So it's only fair that we disclose not only who we talked with, but a general summary of what they presented. Some cities completely ban outside communications on matters pending before the council. However, I think that probably wouldn't be practical, because you're walking your dog, you're in the supermarket, and somebody comes up and starts talking to you before you even realize it. And so we don't want to put those people in a situation where they may be violating the law. But I would like to see us move forward, and I am gathering information on that, because to me, what's important. It's not just what government does that's important, it's how government does it. Does it maximize transparency, accountability, and checks and balances? And that's, to me, very, very important. It's as important as how we do things, is as important as what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Mm-hmm. So, Councilmember Mansour, you got my competitive juices flowing. Our residents have been waiting longer than a year for their airplane park, and so I'm determined for us to have a better airplane park. And where is Dane? A better video of opening airplane park. Okay. So that's an exciting thing that we have to look forward to. Thank you for sharing that. So I can't believe it's only February. It's been a long month. I want to echo the thanks to staff. I can't believe it's only been a few weeks since that first discussion we had about some of the shelter solutions. So thank you all for working very hard. It did not escape us. I think that we've driven you to sickness, as we saw at the council retreat. So thank you. We appreciate it. I'm glad we're getting closer and closer to real solutions ready to be implemented. So it's been a tough month, but I'm also ending January very, very optimistic. I've gotten to see how hard our staff are working. I've gotten to hear how thoroughly we're evaluating things, gotten to work very closely with the whole group here. So I'm just very, very optimistic about us and our ability to work together, really get things done this year, and also about the growing public engagement that we're seeing. So please keep it up, all of the questions, all of the complaints. That's really important information for us, so stay engaged. It's going to make this a great year. So I just want to run through some things that I think are, that I've been working on in the last month that I think would be helpful for y'all to know. We had a community meeting on improvements to West 19th Street, specifically added bike lanes, a little bit of extra parking. So if you live in that area or are interested in bike lanes on 19th Street, on the west side, you can talk to me about that design, or our Public Services Director, Raja, over there. I got to participate in a special districts meeting. This was with the City Council, Newport Mesa folks, Sanitary District folks, and Mesa Water folks. I think Mayor Foley is going to be working on some issues to improve the big item collection. So when you're driving down the street and you've seen a mattress on the side of the street or a couch, we're going to be working on better solutions to that. So thank you for getting that started. Also learned, and I think this is really helpful for folks who are buying bottled water, perhaps because you don't trust your pipes, for example. You can purchase water. The water here is very safe. I drink straight out of the tap. If you're uncomfortable drinking straight out of the tap, Mesa Water does sell water at a much lower cost than buying it from the store. So you can take your big bottles down to their location on Placentia and get water there. Councilmember Stevens and I participated in a conversation with some folks pushing early childhood education across Orange County and have goals for Costa Mesa to be a city that we can say has strong resources for early childhood education. I hope we can fold that into some of the library opening. So if you're interested in that, please do talk to us. With the other newly elected council members, we spent some time at the League of Cities Academy last week, got to meet other new council members, and that was really helpful because we've been sharing a lot of ideas already. One issue I'm particularly interested in is community outreach. So I got some good ideas already and continue to want to hear from you all about the best way to get information and give information, so please do continue giving that feedback. I'm headed to a meeting this week hosted by some staff from Congressman Harley Ruda, specifically on environmental issues in the 48th District. So we're just going to put our heads together and talk about issues that are priorities at the local level across District 48. So thank you, Ms. Martin, for that recommendation. And I'm glad, as Councilmember Marr mentioned, that sustainability did come out as one of our top priorities in our planning session. And I'll come, oh.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Just go ahead and wrap up.
I'm good, thank you.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll skip my joke.
Okay. Okay. You have a little bit more time at the end of the meeting. Councilmember Chavez?
Well, first off, thank you everyone for coming today, and I want to thank Councilmember Reynolds for saying everything good we did together these past couple days. I want to share with you guys Happy Lunar New Year to all those who are celebrating today. I want to promote our upcoming event this weekend at the OC Fairgrounds, the TET Festival. It's the 38th annual one here in Orange County. It's opening on Friday, February 8th from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., Saturday from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., and ending on February 10th from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. I think as City of the Arts, it's important for us to express cultural awareness of other cultures, as well as promote ourselves as a destination for great festivities. Also want to thank everyone that came to our last week's meeting here in this very same room regarding the upcoming shelter. As you guys know, it's critical for us on council to hear your feedback, your concerns, your questions, your hopes for these projects going forward. It's definitely collaboration between all of us here on staff, on council, and the community, as well as business owners. And I hope we keep that open dialogue because it's really critical for us to be working together on this key issue. I want to quickly shout out and say money out of politics is always good. And I just really want to share a bit more about League of Cities. As you may know, we, myself, council members Reynolds and Mars, went to a seminar with other new council members and got some good ideas kicking in our heads, talked to other cities, see what they're doing regarding similar issues. Have great ideas coming forward for you guys, so thank you for being here and look forward to dialoguing with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Okay. On behalf of Councilmember Reynolds, I'd like to remind you that Coffee with the Cops is on Saturday the 9th from 8 to 10 at Shirley's Bagels on 17th Street. She would have said that with her extra time. So anyway, Ms. Martin, I think that that's a really good idea about, and you're not the first one that's brought that to my attention, to look into the issue of banning or restricting polystyrene in some of those materials. You know, I'm a big believer in the Hydro Flask water bottle. For me, it's kind of a bit of a security blanket, like Linus, but I'm sure it does do a benefit to our environment, which is a side benefit to me. On Saturday, we were all invited, and many of us went to a lunch with Representative Harley Ruda. He invited us to Newport Beach. We had lunch. It was great. And I'm not sure if we would have had to disclose it or if we would have been able to do it under the new ordinance, but I'm glad that we went because it was not only great to hear what he has to say and what the direction he's taking in Washington, D.C. on behalf of our congressional district, but also to mingle and to network with other elected officials in the area. There's so many things, for example, homelessness, affordable housing, things that we really need to collaborate on and work together to address, not because they're not just Costa Mesa issues, but they're regional and statewide issues. So I'm grateful to him for that. I went with our Chief of Staff, Connor Locke, to the Anaheim, speaking of homelessness, to the Anaheim opening of their temporary shelter. Now, it's a temporary shelter that's on the premises of the Salvation Army, and it's run by the Salvation Army. And I think that they did a terrific job. They brought that up and running in 79 days. And some of you may have seen, and if you didn't see them, I took pictures of it. It's a very clean facility, and I think people are going to be very well taken care of there. What else do I have? Airplane Park, yeah, Councilmember Mansour, he threw down the challenge there. Anything Lakewood can do, we can do better. So I really appreciated him doing that, and it brought a great smile to my face at the beginning of a meeting. I'm sure not the first smile that I will have tonight. And then what else do I have? Happy Lunar New Year, and I will not probably see you, so to all you lovers out there, happy Valentine's Day.
Okay.
What's that? Dog Adoption Day on Saturday.
All right. Thank you. So as you can hear, we've all been very busy. I did take a trip to Washington, D.C., and traveled there with a coalition. There was actually 46 individuals on the trip this time, most of them local elected officials in Orange County. There was a couple of members from OCTA, as well as from some of our water, county water boards, and I thought it was a really productive trip. We have a summary that's going to be going out that our Chief of Staff and I are working on, so you can read all about it. But the bottom line is we went there to advocate for a couple of key issues. Mayor Dixon from Newport Beach and I were focused on JWA and the traffic patterns, as well as sober living home reform. I was really targeting our congressional representatives, especially Congressman Harley Ruda, who is now on the Infrastructure Committee, to try to get us some funding that relates to the completion of the 55 with the preferred alternative, which is the cut and cover, so that we can maintain our downtown and improve it, actually. We also talked extensively about how to get some federal funds to help us to cover some of the costs of the shelter projects. And then I also attended the lunch, which I thought was really good to hear some of the issues that he's working on in the committees as well. Friday night, we had a meeting with the property owners that were adjacent to the proposed long-term shelter over by the airport. I thought the meeting went really well. A lot of good questions from the business owners that were there, and thank you to our staff again for all the hard work that you're doing for this project. I know it's pretty time consuming, and then you have to continue to do your everyday job operating your department. So really, we appreciate everything you're doing. I had an opportunity to attend the Lunar New Year celebration at South Coast Plaza. That will run for a couple of weeks. If you haven't had a chance to go over there and see the display, I really encourage you to do so. It's the Year of the Pig, and there's lots of displays throughout the plaza that are all about pigs. And then today I attended our Travel Costa Mesa meeting. We agreed to move forward with the Taste of Costa Mesa. Again, this year it will be held at the Met. We also voted to hire a room sales manager, somebody who will be specifically focused on getting heads in beds in our hotels and helping our hotels, especially our hotels that are maybe not the fanciest hotels in town, to try to make sure that their vacancy rates are very, very low. I wanted to let everyone know that Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Marr and I, we attended the ethics and sexual harassment training that was offered by ACCOC. We learned a lot, and we also learned about a new policy that we've already implemented with regard to compliance for gift behests. And I've actually asked our building department and our development services department to implement a new conflict check so that we on every development agreement have a line where it indicates whether or not the applicant has given anything to any of our council members so that we can have extra checks on that. And the mayor's office will soon be having an update every week because I think it's really important not only for the council but for the public to be able to know there's a lot of meetings that take place throughout the week, mostly on Fridays, and I would really like to report out how those meetings are going and who we're talking to and what's happening in Costa Mesa every week. Having said that, I'm going to move on, and I'm going to thank everybody for the excellent retreat that we had as well. We have the city manager, acting city manager report. Ms. Letourneau?
Yes, I have two things this evening. First, I want to congratulate the Public Services Department on receiving the American Society of Civil Engineers Orange County Environmental Project of the Year for the Arlington Drive Biospill Project. So congratulations. Great project. I'm very proud of them for all their hard work. And one more, another, doing my 405 updates. The work on the Fairview Road Bridge, originally scheduled for February 2nd, was postponed until February 9th, this Saturday, because of the rain. This work includes a 12-hour complete shutdown of the bridge from 9 p.m. Saturday until 9 a.m. Sunday morning. When the bridge will reopen, traffic will be shifted to the west side of the bridge and be reduced to 2 lanes in each direction. This will allow the bridge to remain open during construction of the new bridge. So more details and an interactive map are available on octa.net/405improvement. And OCTA is also partnered with Waze to provide this information on the Waze app in case you use that also.
All right. Any report, Ms. Barlow from the City Attorney's Office?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of items. You are all seeing the long list of cases on the closed session agendas. You're going to be seeing more cases on those closed session agendas in the upcoming meetings. We are bringing all of these litigation matters up to date with the council to make sure they're fully briefed on everything that is going on with all the litigation that the city is involved in. And the other is to report that, unfortunately, the plaintiffs in the Orange County Needle Exchange Program have filed an appeal of our preliminary injunction that we obtained against their mobile distribution plan. They have also asked for a stay of the preliminary injunction. We intend to fight that with all of our might. So just wanted to update you on that.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar will be considered by routine, will be acted upon in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion unless someone from the public, the council, or staff requests that those items be pulled and discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Does the council request any items be pulled?
Item 6.
Madam Mayor, I'd like item 8 and 11. Items 8 and 11.
Okay, anything else? Okay. Madam Clerk, any items requested by the public?
Yes, in addition to the ones council has requested, a number 3.
Okay. Council, is there a
Move the
motion?
balance.
Second.
Please hold your paddle up. Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, Madam Mayor, number 9 also.
Oh, number 9. Okay.
Bless you.
Okay, item number 3. City Clerk, if you could read the item.
That would be the warrant resolution.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so page 2, you know, the usual Jones Mayor and all the sober living money being spent. And so I was reading through your what you went through in your closed session, so we can talk about that later. However, one of the best things you did, Mayor Foley, was make it so the LLCs are now transparent. So isn't it fun when you look down here and you see, oh, Tim Carr. Well, that's your Villa real estate agent, along with Gary Jabara, that filed cease and desist order against 8 women and a gentleman on the east side for talking about their affiliation with sober living homes and the properties therein. And so it's really fun to see these LLCs exposed and whose campaign contributions they give to, but we'll talk about that in a minute. So on page 4 is the West Coast Arborist. So $18,000. So I just want to share a story. I'm giving a shout out to Raj. I'm used to being ignored by anyone in the city hall, but I told him that I fell up to my knee in a hole in the boulevard, and I think he was going to ignore me, but I said, so who gets sued? Am I going to get sued as the homeowner, or are you going to get sued when a dog walker falls in the dark? Because we have lots of dog walkers. So I'm not kidding. The next day, he was on the money, and they filled it up. But then they had a very astute and initiative young man. I believe his name is Valente. Everybody's young now if you're under my age. So he was really cool, and he came out, and I've been through living up at Mammoth looking for people buried in an avalanche. So he had a pole, and he was digging around in the dirt, and guess what? There was a huge sinkhole there, and guess what? The arborist had left the trunk in the ground when they tore out a huge tree with a trunk as big as this podium here. That is unacceptable. And by the way, I see that on the west side walking around. When you take out a tree, you do not leave the trunk in the ground to make a giant, it was huge. So thank you. And thank you for listening, and thank you to that young man for having the initiative to poke around and find a giant sinkhole, which they filled immediately, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, is there a motion?
I move the item.
Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, item number 6 could be read, please.
Item number 6 is second reading of the ordinance to repeal Article 2 of Chapter 6 of Title 2 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code related to civic openness and negotiations.
Okay, Ms. Letourneau or Ms. Barlow, is there anything, I guess it's Ms. Letourneau, any update?
No, I have a brief presentation and a slide if you would like
Okay.
that. At the January 15th City Council meeting, the council approved the urgency ordinance to remove the civic openness and negotiations coin from the municipal code and conducted the first reading of the ordinance to adopt a new transparency in labor negotiations city council policy. The actions taken by the council to adopt the urgency ordinance officially removed the city's requirement to follow the burdensome regulations of Crony, which places requirements on agencies with coin ordinance on contract negotiations for public contracts over $250,000. The adoption of the new transparency in labor negotiations policy maintains transparency in negotiations and makes the process more efficient. It is important to point out that under the new policy, the following will occur during labor negotiations. The City Council will designate a chief negotiator or negotiators. An independent economic analysis of every offer and counteroffer will be completed and posted on the city's website. A detailed description of all offers and counteroffers will be posted on the city's website. Prior to the adoption of a memorandum of understanding between the city and a bargaining group, the proposed MOU will be posted on the website at least 7 days in advance of the public meeting in which the MOU will be considered. The MOU will be brought to a council at a public meeting for consideration. Transparency is being maintained throughout this process, and we're being more efficient. Staff recommends that the council conduct the second reading and adopt the ordinance which repeals Article 2 of Chapter 6 of Title 2 of the Municipal Code.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I will ask for any questions from council. Councilmember Marr? Councilmember Mansour?
Yes, I was the one that pulled this.
Do you have any questions?
I'd like to make some comments.
Well, we'll reserve the comments until after there's a motion. Okay, Councilmember Guinness? Councilman Reynolds?
No questions.
Chavez?
None.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we'll open this item up for public comment. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Please come to the podium.
Just really quickly, I have some questions regarding the changing of this. As far as I know, we've never had any problem with Crony. I mean, it's never been burdensome, and I don't believe it's come to pass as any problem. And I wonder what the word urgency is. It sort of seems inappropriate in this particular case. But I did notice at the goal setting that under transparency of your little dots and that you put on there, that there was only one dot under transparency. And although the allegations are that this is going to make this more open, I think that it actually closes it because you're having less purview and less chance for the public to comment on this. A one-time shot, and that's it. So, you know, I don't agree with this at all, and I don't think it serves the city well in the frame of transparency for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was really interesting to me, too, that at the goal-setting meeting that only one council person put a dot on transparency and accountability. A little disappointing. That's also my concern with this ordinance, is that it does reduce transparency because no second reading is required. We're having a second reading to make this an ordinance, which means there's been plenty of time to examine, to see if something might come to the surface that wasn't apparent at first. And I think that we've seen several incidents over the years when an ordinance, something came to light between the first and second reading that could be corrected at the second reading. Now, I don't think that this coin ordinance that was put in out, I believe it was put in out of spite. It was very narrow. It only applied to one type of contract. But what I think is that there should be some ordinance like this for every contract, that anything that's under $259,000 should have a second reading, a long examination period, and a lot of scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing.
I move the item.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Mar, did you have any comments?
No comments, thank you.
Councilmember Mansour.
Yes, I pulled the item. Of course, I'd like to comment on it. So the reason I pulled this, a couple reasons. I'm not going to go over all my reasons that I mentioned last time when this was heard. I might just mention one or two, but I do want a separate vote. That's why I pulled it. I would respectfully disagree that this is going to maintain or increase transparency. It is not. We could have revised a couple things on this instead of removing it altogether, but Ms. Leffler is right. With one reading, so we're going to go through a negotiation process, which we're required to by law, and approve contracts for millions of dollars, and it'll be voted on by your council members in closed session, and then we come out here and vote on it, and that's it. It is done. Whereas under the old way, or we could still incorporate it in this new process, but they're choosing not to, we would have a second reading. So you'd have a second opportunity to comment on contracts that cost millions of dollars of your tax dollars. Now, you may agree with the spending, maybe you disagree, but it deserves a second reading, and that is not included in this. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Let's see. Councilmember Guinness, any comments?
I didn't support this last time. Part of my concern is even though I also believe that things need a second airing, but part of it is, well, we have it in a policy, so all this stuff is going to happen. When something is in the municipal code, it's clearly mandatory. City council policies can be waived on a majority vote. You don't need, I remember one time somebody wanted to bring wanted a permit for a pygmy goat, and they wanted to bring it into the council chambers. So on the spot, we waived the policy about bringing animals into the council chambers. No public notice, no nothing. It was just on the spot. We did it. And and then the penalties for ignoring a policy are basically zero. Whereas there are actual penalties for violations of the municipal code, and that's why I will be voting no. Thank you. I believe that COIN was not perfect, but I think we should have fixed it instead of throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds. Any comments?
Yeah, I have a few comments. So I did support this item. This is the second time. Is it actually the third time? Second time it's coming before us. In the initial description of this item, this was presented as this is a process that our staff have gone through eight or nine times, seven times? Okay, in 8 years, I think. So the recommendation was that there are kind of elements of that policy that have caused inefficiencies that aren't necessarily adding value to the process. So the vote was to remove the COIN ordinance and then replace it with a transparency ordinance. I can't remember if that's exactly what it's called. I'm sorry, transparency policy, yes, that retained all of the, in my opinion, all of the transparency elements, removed some of the inefficient elements. One of the questions I had asked you, Ms. Letourneau, in that hearing was how frequently we received any additional comments between the first and second readings. And your answer to that, I think, was none. So, I think to me that's there's an extra step we're taking that requires staff time, that has administrative costs, that isn't adding value to the process. So that was one of the reasons I agreed, at least on that particular issue. I do want to comment on the transparency piece. I do think some of the feedback from our retreat is may be misunderstood. So, I didn't not put a dot by transparency because I don't believe in transparency. One of the things, we had a finite number of dots, and where I put my dot was on, and these dots, for people who weren't there, these dots were kind of ways to indicate your priorities. So I put my dot, and there were many, many dots on public engagement and community outreach. So, we could have a policy that puts something out for the public for a long time that nobody reads or responds to. In my mind, maybe it's transparent in that it's there, but no one's actually reading it. I would rather focus our attention on getting people engaged in the process. So we've succeeded in transparency if we have a lot more people paying attention to what we're doing and reading what's getting out there. That's my priority. You'll probably hear me talk about engagement and communication every meeting. Staff knows that I'm going to be pestering them about engagement on almost all of our projects. So that's why I'm supporting this change.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Chavez?
I felt a little hurt there, Mayor Foley.
Sorry.
Well, I think, once again, Councilmember Reynolds makes a lot of great points that I would love to have made myself. So I'll let you on to a different point on the terms of saving money for our city. In our report, we mentioned the fact that once we first open negotiations, the 30-day wait period before we even start the process. In my eyes, this is just one of those things where we're paying someone for a month of work without doing anything. And going forward, this process just causes more burden on staff, and that causes more financial costs as well. I think Councilmember Reynolds did a good job explaining why we're supporting this, and I'll be voting yes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
So, just for the benefit of the public, when we do the negotiations, what happens is those by law are to be done in closed session. So we have our negotiations that we have a team that we appoint, and they work on our behalf. A lead negotiator works on behalf of the city and negotiates with the negotiators of the collective bargaining group. And then there are offers and counteroffers that go back and forth. And pursuant to the previous COIN ordinance, and now if this passes the COIN policy, those offers and counteroffers are posted on our website. And groups, for example, the the Finance and Pension Advisory Council, of which I'm the liaison, have an opportunity to review those. And then they can talk to the council members in between an offer and a counteroffer and say, hey, I don't agree with this, I do agree with that, and that gives the council member an opportunity to engage with our negotiator and perhaps negotiate different terms. In my experience, I'll say that I can't think of one time that anyone, even the very engaged and informed and educated Finance and Pension Advisory Committee members have come to me and said, hey, John, maybe we should negotiate this point differently or that point. Now, I may have missed one or two. If anybody said that, it would have been Mr. Taboda, and he'll correct me. But I don't remember that ever happening. But that opportunity existed before, and it exists now, and will continue to exist in exactly the same format as it has since the Coin Ordinance was adopted. Then once we have a tentative agreement with the collective bargaining group, then we come to the public. And we air that, we do a PowerPoint slide, we explain it to the public. It's promoted in advance. Usually it's promoted by an article in the Daily Pilot. People come. This year, I think we had 2 people, maybe 3, that spoke on the police contract, which is the largest contract that we have of any collective bargaining group by dollar amount, and the police management contract. And we had 3 people that came and talked at our first meeting. Then we had a second reading pursuant to COIN. We had 0 people that spoke. So the transparency aspects of the ordinance are retained. Now, here's the thing, is if we had to comply with Crony, if we were the only city in the state of California that had to comply with Crony, there's an important thing. We're going to be voting on new business item 1. To approve a shelter contract. I think we can all agree, because last time we had no partition there, and we had this whole place filled, that is a very important issue. And if not for this vote, we would not be able to vote on that for about 3 months. Okay? So this is what we're doing. We're trying to make government, while making it transparent, make it efficient, and be able to serve the public. So that's why I made the motion, and obviously I'll be voting for it.
Thank you. Ms. Letourneau, there was a comment, and I don't remember who said it, but somebody said that there was no problem previously with the Crony. Can you please reiterate? I know we already talked about this at the last meeting, and I think this speaker was at that meeting, but could you please reiterate some of the issues that we had in addition to the shelter project, but there were some other items where it was delayed and it caused us both extra cost and actually cost us revenue, I think, because of the Crony ordinance or the Crony law that, again, only applies to Costa Mesa in the entire state of California.
So, Madam Mayor, we had 2 issues that we pointed out in the last staff report that we discussed. The first was the ambulance contract that was required to go through the Crony process, and that delayed the approval process by 3 to 4 months, and that's lost revenue to us. The other issue was the Keller Anderle contract for the law firm that defended us in the Yellowstone lawsuit, and that had to go through the Crony process. It could have jeopardized our ability to have legal counsel defend us in that issue if they had not agreed to delay payment while we went through that extensive process. So those are 2 recent examples.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to call for the question at this time.
Motion carries 5-2. Yes.
Okay, we're now on item number 8. If you could read that into the record, please.
This is amendment to professional services agreement for architectural design services for the Lions Park Playground improvements.
Okay, Mr. Sethuraman, did you have a report?
Madam Mayor, briefly I can mention David Wohl's design provided a conceptual design of the project. They did surveys as well as geotechnical investigations, And we shared the conceptual design at a community meeting on January 12th, and we got very positive comments, many comments, but very good input from the community. And we will take that forward as part of this final design process. So the scope for the final design is in front of you. The total cost is about $207,000. And the idea is to get this done in the next 6 months, and then so we can be ready for construction in fall.
Okay, great, thank you. And that design is consistent with the video because it's an aeronautic design concept, which is, it's actually, I think, going to be better. I agree with Councilmember Reynolds. Okay, council members, any questions? Councilmember Marr?
No questions.
Councilmember Mansour? No. Councilmember Guinness?
I have is I sure hope we're not going to have any giant cement bunnies.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes, so I had pulled this item because I wanted to clarify a few things. I asked a whole bunch of questions a few days ago and wanted to make sure that some edits were going to happen or clarifications here. So task 11 is included in a budget in the scope, but not in the written scope. I wanted to make sure that we're going to get task 11, which is to have a remodel of the bathrooms or a reconstruction of bathrooms. The expectation is we will have bathrooms serving this park.
Councilman Reynolds, that's correct. Actually, in the red folders and also out for public, we included a memo that outlines the description of task 11. The reason why the description wasn't provided fully was because the scope is not defined. Even now, the scope is not defined because we don't know how that restroom ultimately would be, whether it's cast in place or whether it's precast. So the cost could vary based on that. So we kept as an allowance because of that.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand. So we're including in the budget for this contract money for a bathroom redesign.
That's right.
There could be different ways that bathroom is designed, which would cost different, if that grammar is correct. But the expectation is that we're including bathrooms in the design.
Councilman Reynolds, that's correct. And then 42,000 is kind of the highest cost estimate.
Right. So this is still a not to exceed. Okay. And then thank you. So was the schedule that we added here, is that available for the public as well?
That's correct.
Now, okay, good. So I just wanted to call attention to that schedule. And what I was hoping to see here, and that is another community meeting on this project on March 9th. This is a very expensive park. I think it warrants multiple community meetings. So I know we already had one. We have another one scheduled here on March 9th. And my understanding is that there would also be some outreach. There was some comments about specifically getting feedback from kids in the community, right? The primary users of the park. Can you describe what the plan is to do that and timing?
Councilman Reynolds, what we are proposing is we actually have an internal meeting to talk about that, to see exactly how we want to do the outreach. And we are looking at all schools south of Wilson Street, especially in the west side area, where we would be targeting the schools and reaching out to either through PTA or however get kids or their parents to attend this second community meeting, and also make them aware of the Parks and Rec Commission meeting too that's coming up on March 28th. Up until that point, we will not be doing final design. So things can change even at that time, and then after that we'll start going in through the design process. So we have enough opportunity for public to still give us their input.
Great. So there's outreach to specifically to schools to get the kids' opinion, and then additional public outreach scheduled for March 9th, which will drive the final design.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez?
None.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, any questions?
Just one real quick question. So, Mr. Sethanaraman, when we reach out to the kids to determine, what they like, have we ever used focus groups? Like, for example, years ago in trials, what I would do is I'd have little dials, and like we'd show one of the videos that, like what Councilmember Mansour put up, and then as they like it, they turn the dial, and then they don't like it, they turn the dial the other way. I don't know if we have that in the budget or something like that. So we really focus in on what the kids want, because I'm not going to be playing on any of these toys. I break them.
Mayor Pro Tem Stephens, yeah, definitely. We'll look into those ideas, especially at the community meeting. We can show different options and get a voice vote or do something to see what the interest is in different equipment.
Thanks.
Thank you. And as a part of the announcement about the community meeting, is there a way that you could just put a simple survey link into the announcement? It's very, very easy for the school district to send out through School Loop, which every parent and student receives, the notification about the meeting, and then a link where they can actually click on it and fill out a survey of interest, because they have those surveys. I mean, I know this as a recently former mom of a high school student, that they have these surveys that they send out to the students and to the parents often, and I think they get a pretty good return on the survey.
We can do that. We just did that with some community notices. We did a QR code that took you to the link on our website.
Perfect.
So we can do that with this too.
Yeah, I think that would be easy, and at least we'll get some feedback, you know? Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll open this item up for public comment. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. First, I agree with this. I think it should be passed. We need to move forward with making sure we have a world-class playground facility for our community. It's absolutely necessary. What we don't talk about in here is the time frame, because by the time frame it looks like, first off, it's not even going to get to Parks and Rec until sometime in the spring, maybe late spring, maybe whenever. There's no specific dates in this document, but that's when it can come up. And that springtime process of again Parks and Rec kind of extends it even further. And the whole project's supposed to be done by when? Construction, everything done. So kids can play on that playground. When is that supposed to actually happen? That's a question. And my impression is that it's going to be sometime at the end of 2019, maybe the start of 2020 or something like that. That's my impression because of the size of the contract and what has to be done and everything. But I can be totally wrong, and I'm accepting that. Having said that creates a small setting. And I refer to you to Fairview Park. The city has taken steps already to try and make Fairview Park perceived by the public as being, in essence, a nature park, and to be treated as such, i.e. Making sure they are not despoiling the park, make sure that they are aware of the endangered species that are federally supported and state supported within the park, in fact, can't be found anywhere else. In fact, the Fish and Wildlife made a strong statement in that direction. Unfortunately, we made some choices in the past that may or may not have been good for Fairview Park. I personally have responded and been within and worked within the fish fry. I like the fish fry. I think it's a good thing for our community to have. I just think it's the wrong place. And the city keeps dragging its feet about getting it out of Fairview Park into another venue. The old venue was on Lions Park, and that seemed to work out okay for people. But now Lions Park, and one of the comments was made to the fish fry was that they would be leaving when all the construction was done about the library and Lions Park. Well, we now put that off to 2020. And the Fish and Wildlife people already said that as far as they're concerned, the fish fry should not be there, that it actually affects the endangered species and the endangered plant life that is in Fairview Park and is only found in Fairview Park in most of California. So it's a resource that we have as a community for the far future. And what I'm looking at right now is that we need to take those steps to show that we're moving fast forward. You already have an administrator for Fairview Park.
Thank you.
You already have an administrator, which is a great step forward.
Thank you.
Let's do the rest. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Beth Rufakis, a longtime resident of Costa Mesa, and just a couple of issues. One on the background information. I think it's fire station number 3, not 5, unless they've renumbered them. The other thing is that for many years, what you consider Lions Park was known as Airplane Park. And, you know, I would like to see us get back to that. The most popular thing in the park has been the airplane. If you go there anytime, you see kids there crawling all over the airplane, sitting on the wings, sliding down the wings, everything else. So I think that, you know, that would be, you know, great if we can get back to that, at least for the playground, perhaps. The other thing is, I do have a question about the airplane, the refurbishment and new foundation. I hope that you will, in your refurbishment, will retain the current markings and everything, the way the coloration and everything, because that was designed to replicate the markings of the actual airplane. Somebody in their great wisdom painted the thing yellow for many years. And, you know, I was involved in bringing the plane back with a lot of volunteers, some from the Freedom Committee, and some others, veterans, who were interested in having it more authentic. So I hope you can retain the authenticity of the airplane. And I don't know if you plan on relocating it or not. I hope that, my concern is with relocating it, that it will destroy the plane. And the airplane was actually secured by one of the residents in Costa Mesa, so we're lucky to have that. So that's my comments, and I hope you can, you know, move forward with this. And I'd also like to see some of the things that were included in the video on the, was it Lakewood Airplane Park. I think it would be great to have some additional things for the children in the park. But the airplane is one of the most popular things there. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
So my uncle flew out of the air base here, which is how we found out about Costa Mesa during World War II. So I think it's great that the park has the airplane, and I hope they can restore it. However, I totally agree with that part of what Ms. Rakakis just said. However, wasn't that park donated to the city of Costa Mesa by the Lions service? So why is it called Lions Park? Well, I think we should just, I think they had a lot to do with that park being part of the city, and I hope that would be honored. I think it should remain Lions Park. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be our final speaker.
Good evening, council members. It's mind-boggling to me, again and again. I understand there's a cost to something, but this project is already been funded back in September 2018 to the tune of $2 million. It's a park with some toilets, with some play gyms. Now, the park in Lakewood, as magnificent as it is, nevertheless, will not have the same point as Costa Mesa for the sheer fact that as soon as you open it, granted, there'll be kids there, but I'm sure we're still going to have plenty of homeless guys hanging out, shacking up in it. You're nodding your head. You're going to send the cops out there day in and day out. They're in every other park. What makes you think that they're not going to be there? We had it before the library started construction, and you couldn't even use it. The point is, this is exuberant money. I understand the kids needs it. I've been coming up here, I've been asking for the dog park. It wouldn't take $2 million to fix a dog park, and I'll tell you what, currently a lot more people will be using the dog park than have been able to use Lions Park because of the homelessness and the sober living kids hanging out in the park all day long. So you're probably going to pass this, but the amount of money is just mind-boggling. I got a project in Laguna, a retaining wall fell down. It's not going to be this cost, and it's going to happen in 6 months. This has been going on for what, 2 years by the time we're done with this? You want to be transparent? Why is it taking so long? Why are we paying an additional $200,000 for somebody to come back and say, oh, this will be the good playground and we should do it this way? Does it really need to take that much incompetence for somebody with city staff that it's so talented to do some of this research? You're already paying the money. Now, this is a third party that's going to get another $250,000. Why can't we use it on staff time and put more of it into the park and utilize the money somewhere else? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Crockman will be our last speaker.
Sorry, I just had to put in a plug for the Lions. Actually, Lions Park is named Lions Park because of the fish fry, not because the Lions gave it to the city. I thought so as well, but Chrissy was able to pull up the history on Google and get us all straightened out on that. But I also would like to make a point that I believe that the Lions have been in Fairview Park, is it 3 or 4 years now? And they go out of their way with city staff in attendance, park rangers, police officers, and other city staff in attendance to make sure that they stay within the green grass, not natural to the area space, to make sure that they don't infringe on whatever's happening. They also moved the fish fry to September to be outside of the breeding season of whatever animal it is that breeds from April to September. So they have done everything that the city has asked them and more to be a good neighbor in Fairview Park. And so if it is another year or two before they're able to return to Lions Park, I don't see that as being the crash and burn for Fairview that some people have painted. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council, is there a motion? Close public comment.
I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a comment.
Okay, Councilmember Marr, Councilmember Reynolds, did you want to comment on your motion?
Well, I support the park, want to make sure that we document it with a great video. This community deserves this, I think, more than we can describe. And I do think the investment is an important incentive for us to continue to clean up that space. I want to call attention to an amendment to the staff report. There is a tentative schedule for the design, the community meeting, completing the design, the construction. The anticipation is that this park would be open in winter 2020. So we'll get through the project this year. And that, well, by that time, we should have the situation with homelessness under control.
Thank you. Councilmember Marr, did you want to comment as the second?
Yeah, I do. I attended the community meeting that was held by the consultant who's doing the design of the park, and was just overwhelmingly impressed by the fact that we're looking for, what is the latest and greatest in terms of what's happening on playgrounds, and how do we make this as educational as possible? How do we make it fit with its surroundings? For those who spoke about the value of the plane itself, my grandfather who flew planes in World War II, I'm really excited to have a plane in Costa Mesa, and trust me, we are going to take very good care. Like, we have heard your concerns loud and clear. We are going to take very good care of the airplane. And so I'm excited for this to get started. I think this falls in line with sort of a sequence of a lot of things happening on the west side, from the bridge shelter to the opening of the library. This is part of what we're trying to accomplish, so I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councilor Mansour, any comments?
Yes, and just to be clear for the public, this is a separate project from the rest of the library and park, the whole park project. I believe it was for some financing reasons. The whole rest of the development that you're seeing done now is a project, even though it's all the same park, same property, it's going to all look nice together once it's all done. This is simply for the playground area, so I just wanted to make that clear to everybody.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness, any comments?
Yes. There are a couple of things. One, regarding Fairview Park, I wanted to clarify. I believe that the concern that was raised was because a couple of years ago, the carnival operator employees parked on the east side of Fairview Park, and they dumped a bunch of oil. It was a real big mess. It wasn't the actual fish fry itself. It was the carnival operators, people who treated the east side of Fairview Park like a campground, except for not like any campground that any of us would go to, because they obviously thought there were no rules and no constraints on dumping. And then the other thing about the project itself at Lions Park, our parks tend to be, we have the playgrounds for the little kids, then we have the ball fields for the bigger kids, but mostly you don't get to use them unless you're part of a league. And we don't really have a lot for the tweens and the teens. And the video that Councilmember Mansour showed had some climbing equipment and those sorts of things. And I want to make sure that whatever design we have here really takes into consideration the older kids. You know, older kids who don't want to play soccer or baseball, older kids who want some activity, whether it's climbing, whether it's something where it involves balance or something along those lines, but something for the tweens and teens who aren't into team sports.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
None, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes. So I just want to mention again, because I have an opportunity to do it and I might not forget, I forget about it, might not do it, if I don't say it now, is if you look at Councilmember Mansour's video, you'll see the demographic of the kids playing in that are probably less than 5, younger kids. And so although it's I think, a reasonable thing to do to send a survey to the schools, that little 2-year-old sliding down the slide can't read. And so I think we need to figure out a way to reach out to our tiniest residents to find out what they want in a park. And there's a reason for that. And Councilmember, especially because it's tied to the library, Councilmember Reynolds referenced how she and I went to talk to a group that's advocating for early childhood education. And I think it's very important that this library become a center for early childhood education. And this park can be a portal for the very youngest residents in Costa Mesa to come. And I'm not against tweens and teens, but in my experience, my teens and tweens always did something else other than slide down a slide in a park. And when they were sliding down a slide in the park, they were up to some mischief. So I think we need to focus on that group. And then the other thing I just want to say publicly is this, as Councilmember Mansour brought up, this was not on the in the project. It was, we were going to do a library, and then we were going to do a community center. And when, at that time, Councilmember Foley and I, to a certain extent, but primarily her, saw that this was being deferred into the foreseeable future, which who knows when it would be, she took the initiative to gather and marshal a lot of assets from old projects that had been abandoned. So we were able to cobble together enough money to fund this park. So she deserves a lot of credit for that, and I'm very appreciative that she did that.
Thank you. Okay, I'm excited about this. I mean, we're going to get this park back to being a beautiful place for families to go to and to play and to recreate and to enjoy. It's going to be a catalyst for improvements around the whole neighborhood, and I couldn't be more excited. The only criticism that I have is that I'd like us to accelerate the schedule a little bit, and it would be nice if we could get it open by summer, not winter of 2020. And the reason for that is because we do want to be able to have the fish fry there in the summer of 2020. So to the extent, I know that's going to come back later, and we'll talk about those things later, but to the extent that we can accelerate things, that would be great.
Madam Mayor, by winter 2020, we meant early 2020.
It says winter.
I know,
Yeah, winter is in January.
Oh,
January,
okay.
February.
I think of winter as December, sorry.
No, it's early.
Okay, yeah, I know. It depends on what part of the winter you're talking about. Okay, excellent. You see there? We're already accelerating. All right, well, I'm really excited. I do appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, you reminding us of that. I had forgotten, but thank you. Okay, call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And anyone who hasn't seen the conceptual designs, a lot of the features that we saw in this video are already built in. The climbing apparatus and all of those climbing activities. So great that we're all thinking that this park should be an adventure park. Okay, item number 11.
No, we have number 9.
Oh, that's right. We got to pull number 9.
Right.
Item number 9.
Amendment to Professional Services Agreement with Stradling, Yaka, Carlson, and Ralph for Special Counsel.
Okay, is there a report from anyone?
This was pulled by a member of the public.
Okay, but do we want to give a report as to what this is for? Just real briefly, Ms. Telford.
Absolutely. This item before you is to amend the contract for straddling and yucca the contract just recently expired, and this is to extend it so we can continue to use them for legal services related to the Housing Authority and the successor agency for the redevelopment agency.
Okay, was there a change to the contract?
There was. There's two changes. One is to increase the fees in accordance with the contract, which hadn't been updated in a few years. And it was also to remove the term limit. Previously, the contract was written for 5 years, but our standard attorney contracts do not have a term limit. So this was to be consistent with the rest of our contracts.
Okay, thank you. Council members, any questions? Councilmember Marr.
Yes, Ms. Telford. Okay, so this question of contracts without term limits is just weird to me. So can you explain? Is there? I mean, maybe I should be talking to the city attorney, but what's the precedent for just not having the ending to a contract?
Well, it's in our benefit, but you could, city attorney, do you want to explain?
Yeah, typically we have contracts with attorneys. I mean, they're terminable at will, essentially. Right. So you want to have a contract that doesn't have to be constantly renewed, and you want to have a set rate. You want to have final terms. At any time that you become dissatisfied with this straddling firm or Jones and Mayer or anyone else, you have a right to basically terminate that contract right away.
So we don't think there's value in just bringing it up for the sake of bringing it up at a regular interval to take a look at the contract? I don't know. That's an open-ended question. It just seems weird to me. I've never seen open-ended contracts generally in doing business. So.
I may be able to provide some light on the benefit to us. So anytime we negotiate a contract, say this one expires after 5 years, our negotiated fees are at risk. Right now, our contract limits the fee increases to CPI, which is relatively low. I believe, I don't have the report in front of me, but I think it's 8.6% over the past few years. Yeah. If we were to limit the contract to 5 years, those fees could be significantly increased above CPI to compete with market rates. This locks in that CPI so that they can never increase rates beyond that in any given year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Mansour, any questions? Councilmember Guinness?
Nope.
Councilmember Reynolds?
No questions.
Councilmember Chavez?
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
No, ma'am.
And I have no questions. We'll open this item up to public comment.
So I pull this up because I'm so distrustful, no offense, of Jones Mayer and their behavior the last 10 years and poor performance. So I think this is, I mean, it sounds, you guys, we've got 2 attorneys up there watchdogging everything, so that makes me feel better about things. And a new attorney, or old back again attorney, that seems to have their eye on the ball here. And is this helping us at all with all of the lawsuits with the sober living homes? Could you tell us if that's helping? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll close public comment. This item is related to our essentially our housing authority. They're not involved in the sober living homes at all. Okay, council, is there a motion?
Move the item.
Second.
Okay, does anyone have any comment? No. Okay, call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, now we're on item number 11. If we could read the item, please.
Funding for emergency repairs to Fairview Park Bluffs.
Okay. Who's going to report on this one? Ms. DiAgusta or Mr. Martin?
Yes, Madam Mayor, just real quick, no report. We have some photos. Staff's requesting budget authority for $200,000 for emergency repairs at Fairview Park to the Bluffs. There's significant eroding that's been taking place, which we were planning on handling through future projects, but with the recent rains and more expected rains, we have to be expedient now. So we'll pull some pictures up here on the screen. Ms. DiAgusta, if you want to walk us through.
Sure. This is an overview of the bluffs. At the bottom of the image is where the stairs that go down to Talbert are. You're going too fast.
Yikes.
The overview shows you, and there you can see it also, the type of erosion that is beginning to occur given the recent rains. There's the overview. If you can see the dark edges at the back there, those are it's on loop, I'm sorry. You can see that we have several fissures that have begun and have increased over this last storm. And what we're most concerned about is the safety for pedestrians on the trail. We have had to cone off and fence off some of that trail to keep people at least 20 feet away from these bluffs that are eroding. And in that image, you see where the cones are on the trail there. That began as a gopher hole, is now almost a 2.5-foot ditch or incision that then connects to, if you can take that then connects underground to that fissure there. And so we're quite concerned about the connection of those fissures potentially happening and slides occurring. So we have fenced off a lot of the trail currently while we're looking at what we can do as a temporary fix to hold the water on the mesa as opposed to going over the bluffs.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Madam Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes, Ms. Letourneau.
Just a point I want to add is the funding that we're requesting is from the unassigned fund balance and the park fees fund, not the general fund. Just want to make that distinction.
Thank you. Okay, Council, any questions? Councilmember Marr? Councilmember Mansour? Councilmember Guinness?
Yes. You showed the gopher hole, but could you talk a little bit about the erosion near the vernal pool, too?
Sure. Can you bring back the general overview? Our largest vernal pool, what we fondly call Vernal Pool 1, sits just east of, on the east side of the bluff, what you're seeing. And it is filling right now because we're getting the rains. That is the largest pool that the fairy shrimp, the 2 species of endangered fairy shrimp inhabit in Fairview Park, the largest pool. We have others. The erosion at that end where you see the fissures happening, what we're seeing is that with that fissure happening, the whole bluff is going lower than the vernal pool. And so we are actually looking at a potential of that pool eroding over, or the waters eroding over the bluff. And that is really what this work will address, is to hold that water back.
So would it address not only the bluff erosion, but maybe building up? Because the natural slope is, say, here's the bluff, and then the pool would be here, but we've kind of, because of the use and the erosion, it seems to be we're getting more like this.
You're right. We do not have the final design in from Dudek. They were hoping to get it today. It should be tomorrow. But the general analysis of most engineers, and we've had several out there, is that we will do a very slight incline, and we're talking inches, that raise up to the edge of the bluff to keep the water back.
And then how was Dudek selected?
Well, they're currently on contract with us in the wetlands. They are doing work there. They also did the engineering study for the bluffs back in 2005 that were done. So they're very knowledgeable about the bluffs themselves. And through the process here and the analysis, we were able to just retain them for this work.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds, any questions?
Yes, a couple of questions. So can you just walk through, we're calling this an emergency situation. You don't have to go into too much detail, but what are the steps in the timeline that we would be taking to, maybe this is a Kelly, to remedy the situation?
So in order for us to use the emergency procurement, this is also a part of Section 2-165, which is the exemptions from our procurement policy. There needs to be an imminent public health or safety concern, which this was determined to qualify. Yeah. Public services and parks are
Sorry,
required.
if I may clarify my question, I was talking about at the bluffs. What is the project?
Oh.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Yeah, I thought you were
So
suddenly
again-
a bluffs expert too. Okay.
So again, we do not have the final design in hand tonight, but our engineers in-house have given it this estimate for the repairs. But the general consensus of all engineers that have been out there is that we will bring in soil and we will build a very slight increase on the edge of the bluff. I'll use if I can, get the pointer here. Anyway, we will build a very slight incline against the edge of the bluff and raise it up so that the water will stay back. So we're bringing in soil.
Okay.
And we have already talked with the oversight of the Native American Indian tribes that we need to in terms of the type of soils that we bring in and the fix that we're going to be doing. So it is placement of soil on top.
Okay, and is that a few weeks project, a couple of months project, a 6 months project?
We're hoping a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks,
Yeah.
okay. And then, so you had started answering my other question. We all know this is a very sensitive area, biological resources, cultural resources. Can you describe the different, in addition to the contractor, what other consultations we're doing?
Sure. So again, we've been in touch with and the Native American Indian tribe that we are working with will be out to oversee the work as well. We always have them out on site as inspectors. Archaeology, we will have to have an archaeologist on site for the work, even though we're not digging, but we're working in the area of sensitive resources. Our biologists always do they've already done the surveys ahead of time. They will be there for the work also as inspectors to watch the work because it is very close to to actually several sensitive environments there. That's the three. I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
None, Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Just a couple quick questions. So can you please put back on the picture where you had the cones and the hole in the ground? Okay. Any way you can zoom in on that a tiny bit? Is that possible? Okay, got it. Okay, so you described that as it started as a gopher hole, and then I think you said it's called an incision. Can you pan back a little bit? So, is there any danger that area there the ground could be so destabilized that somebody could fall through the ground and go into that fissure that's below on the bluffs?
Yes, that's why we've fenced
That's
it
good.
off.
Well, that really solidifies how I'm going to vote on this. But the other thing that occurs to me is without violating the Brown Act or anything, I don't want anybody to go through the hole. But the other thing that occurs to me is that perhaps we could do more than put those two cones there to prevent somebody from falling to their death.
The area has been fenced off and is signed.
Okay.
Yeah, this is no longer open. It is fenced off.
I'm very relieved. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any questions. We'll open up for public comment.
Madam Mayor, I have one other question.
Okay, Councilman
I understand this is scheduled to happen probably in the next few weeks, ASAP basically. But if we continue to have these kinds of rains, are we standing by with sandbags or anything just in case as a stopgap? Or will they be able to even do this? Do they have to wait for it to dry out? Or can this be done even if we continue to have this wet weather?
The work that is being planned right now, which is the rise and bringing soil in, can be done now, even with the wet weather. The coming in and patching any of these types of fissures is a much more complicated and extensive fix, and that is where we get into the challenge with the archaeology and the Native American site that has to do more research, and there are standards that we have to follow for whatever we would bring in to do that. That is on all of our tables right now in terms of getting that elevated.
Okay, well, I'm glad we're doing this because in the past, the city tried sandbagging, and obviously that was a temporary fix that really didn't do much.
And part
Okay,
of the
thank
challenge
you.
is
We'll open public comment.
All right, thank you. My name is Andy Campbell. I'm a Costa Mesa citizen. For full disclosure, I'm also a member of the Fairview Park Steering Committee. I'm also a hydrogeologist and a geologist. And this has been a real point of interest for me on the steering committee, and I've been an advocate for resolving the erosional issues in the park, and this is just one of them. Not only is it a threat to public safety, it's also a threat to the vernal pool ecosystem. You have very low watershed boundary where water flows either over the bluff or towards the watershed, and these erosional patterns will eventually carve down the road even more and can intersect the vernal pool. And then at that point, your vernal pool would be draining over the bluff rather than being a vernal pool. So I wanted a larger problem that will need to be fixed and would cost even more money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Kim Hendricks, Costa Mesa resident. And although I do support the project, I have questions about how it's going to be done, because my understanding is that DUDEC is into the hydrology, but not necessarily doing the actual work. I know that they have a contract down in the riparian area. October 2018, they got it. It is for $77,000, and it's for complete analysis of the whole area. So it's, my personal opinion is that $200,000 just to analyze the situation, which our steering committee member, who is a hydrologist, has done. It seems to me that it would be better to hire someone who can actually do the work as well if they're not going to be doing the work, too. And I know Land IQ Restoration does all that type of work, overall restoration. And I also want to say that this is what happens when we don't have an overall restoration plan. These things happen, and it's unfortunate that Fairview Park has been in the hands of engineers and not people who are interested in restoring it, like the master plan has been asking for 30 years. And also, it wasn't just the carnival, Ms. Guinness, it was the fish fry last year. A car drove through Vernal Pool 1, 2, and 3, and the bright lights. Did you all get that email from U.S. Fish and Wildlife recently? Okay, so it's not just happening over on the east side. It is bright lights, generators, and I don't expect most people to understand science. That's not what they're into, but there is a lot of harm, and it was outlined in that letter. So I hope you guys really read it. And I have spoken with Michelle Richards over at OC Fair. She would love to talk to Phil Marsh, but he just doesn't want to try to do anything because the city's not making them. And it's really up to you guys to set that standard for 2019. It takes a few phone calls, and they're gone. You guys don't understand the damage that's happening to Fairview Park. It cannot wait another year. And this is part of it, okay? It's being abused. So I say, let's get, I support the project because I really want to go forward with working with the city, and I want to take care of public safety issues, of course. But I think it's really important that we get the right people to do it, how it's done, have a long-term vision, and really make it a beautiful place for everyone to enjoy. It could be beautiful. I had a Lions Club member tell me last year, well, so what if it's here? Look at this place. It's all dead. So let's really make a difference. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Taboda, did you want to speak to this item? This will be our last speaker.
Thank you. Good evening. I support Fairview Park, and I support this project. The work needs to be done to stabilize the bluff. I don't think there's any question about that. My concern is, the reason I stood up and wanted to make a couple of comments, is the recommendation is to use the $200,000, take that from the Park Development Fund. And I've also heard at various council meetings over the past year or so in the Fairview Park Advisory Committee that the city has about about $1 million available from projects that were previously approved and then they're not going forward. And that money can be redirected to and used on Fairview Park. So I would ask that instead of going directly to the Park Development Fund, this $200K come from the $1 million that is available for the park. Then if you need to backfill and use the $200,000, then go get it from the Park Development Fund. But instead of bypassing the Park Development Fund, try and use the available funding first, and then if you need to, go to the reserves. Basically, the Park Development Fund is a reserve. So instead of going to the reserve first, use existing funding. Then if you need to, subsequently, then go to the reserves, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close public comment. Council, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion by Guinness, second by Reynolds. And
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Guinness, did you have any further comments?
No, other than that, I look forward to seeing this completed, and also I look forward to seeing a comprehensive plan for Fairview Park for restoration so that we won't be looking at emergencies. But that's something that's going to take a little more time.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, so similar comment. I, of course, support this. I don't want to be working on Fairview in emergency conditions, so I do think that this happening does, light a fire under us to, the metaphorical fire, to really get moving on the restoration in Fairview Park. It's more expensive for us. It's a threat to all of the precious resources that are there. We need to get moving on Fairview Park. There have been I have had some concerns with some of the work done on Fairview Park. I think it was the end of last year where we had to, I wasn't on the council at that time, but there was an approval of some budget to fix issues with kind of poor implementation on the wetlands project or poor management. I was with the steering committee on Parks and Recreation when those posts went in and then had to come out because they weren't put in a good way. That can't happen anymore. That's costing us money as well. So I'm going to be watching this very closely, along with many of the members of the public, I'm sure. So let's please be very, very, very careful and have good oversight on the contractors who are working on this project. Third, I think we should always do this, but especially because it's Fairview Park, I think it's going to be really important to have clear public communication about the kind of every step in the process, what the schedule it is what we're doing, the timing of that. So we know what's going on, but then also we exchanged some emails earlier about the trail management, right? So there's some concern that closing off the trail so that someone doesn't fall in that hole doesn't cause people to walk around and create another trail. If it requires having an extra park ambassador there all the time or a park ranger, we need to make sure that that doesn't happen in this process. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Marr, any further comments?
I've actually got a quick point of clarification. So one of the members of the public referred to this as just an engineering analysis and study, but we're actually doing the work as part of this 200,000, right? This isn't just to determine a scope of work.
Yes, point of clarification is that the repair will be done.
Okay, thank you. I'll be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Chavez. I'm sorry, Councilmember Mansour. Councilmember Chavez.
I stand with Alan on this, on his vote, and I say this is a jewel for our city. Let's take care of it.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, any further comment?
Just a quick question. Ms. Telford, what are your thoughts, if any, regarding Mr. Tabota's comment about taking the money out of the existing budget as opposed to the park fees?
I've actually been doing quite a bit of analysis on the capital project funds. As of right now, we actually do have a substantial surplus in the park development fees fund. We received about double what we expected last year. So in part of reviewing the capital project funds, what I'm also looking at is our restricted uses. So we always try to use restricted funding first, then move to unrestricted funding. That's actually one of our policies. It's actually been a recent recommendation, which we will be bringing forth to council at a later city council meeting, to actually start budgeting using park development fees before we focus park development using our unrestricted general fund set aside. So this is in line. This was my recommendation, to use that funding source because it's allowed and it's restricted.
Thank you. That's reasonable.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you for taking care of this. And I agree with Councilmember Reynolds. I'd really like to see that restoration plan, come to life in a really meaningful way here very soon. Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we're going to take a brief 5-minute restroom break. Thank you.
I realized I never set up my email on that.
Yeah, so actually can you show me that book again?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's see. A friend of mine, Travis, I'm friends with them. But these are the editors.
Okay, council, if you could please return to the dais. We're going to get started. Who's missing? Andrea? Arliss? There she is. Okay. We have no old business tonight and no public hearings. We are on to new business. Item number 1. We have 3 items of new business. City Clerk, can you please read the title for item number 1?
Thank you. Authorization of bidding exemption under Section 2-165 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code and award bridge shelter operator professional services agreement.
All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I want to quickly begin by stating that this item's request is twofold and requires council action to be taken in a specific order. The first being related to a request for an exemption from the Municipal Code's formal bidding process, and the remainder being related to the professional shelter operator agreement and all associated funding. On January 15th, the City Council directed staff to take the necessary steps to solicit for an expert professional shelter operator to manage the city's interim and long-term bridge shelter facilities. With this, Council directed staff to return on February 5th this evening with a recommendation. Given this expeditious timeline, staff is formally requesting an exemption from the bidding requirements for this item, as is set forth in the Municipal Code, as not being exempt would not be in the best interest of the city because it will take an additional 3 to 4 months to formally procure for an expert professional shelter operator. Staff from the Finance Department, Parks and Community Services Department, the City Manager's Office, and the City Attorney's Office worked in tandem to create an informal request for proposal to solicit comprehensive submittals from expert shelter operators in the field. Due to the need to comply with both federal and internal established deadlines, staff provided for a 7-day turnaround timeline for the engaged professional shelter operator to submit their packages to the city. Again, if staff were to engage in the traditional RFP process, it would have been impossible to return to the council with a recommendation before mid-April. The 3 professional shelter operators that were engaged through the informal RFP process were the Salvation Army, Illumination Foundation, and Mercy House. All of these 3 shelter operators are currently operating shelters in Orange County, have a proven track record with housing homeless clients, and are all well known and respected in the industry. Both Illumination Foundation and the Salvation Army commended the city and wished the city well in their efforts. However, they ultimately decided not to submit a proposal. Both of these operators have new shelter projects that are literally being built or have just begun operating in the last week right here in Orange County. The city did receive a submittal from Mercy House. After thorough review, additional questioning, and consideration, Mercy House was determined to meet the criteria to be listed as a qualified expert professional shelter operator. Mercy House has been in operation for nearly 30 years and has an established history of service in Costa Mesa dating back to the Homeless Task Force, and staff believes this history to be advantageous towards meeting the needs and demands of the city of Costa Mesa. Mercy House has also successfully demonstrated their ability to provide shelter operations at a highly secure, reservation-based, transportation-only facility known as Bridges at Kramer Place. This model very closely mirrors the city's intended bridge shelter model, and this direct experience will assist with minimizing impacts to adjacent neighborhoods to the city's bridge shelter. Mercy House also believes in operating a facility that is secure and safe and does not shy away from utilizing on-site security as part of their operational model. They also have experience with forming a shelter advisory board so that the local community can have a voice to share ways in which the shelter can be a catalyst for positive change, and staff believes this to be a necessity. Mercy House also has experience working with many of the faith-based and nonprofit organizations that are part of the city's Network for Homeless Solutions, and this existing relationship may be instrumental in obtaining volunteers and wraparound services. Mercy House also has proven success in the area of permanent supportive housing, and this may be of benefit to meeting future needs of the city related to housing low-income residents. The fiscal impacts of a professional services agreement with Mercy House come at a not-to-exceed annual total amount of $1.45 million. Staff will work with Mercy House to assure that staffing levels are correct and that they are seeking avenues to both fundraise and seek donations from local groups so as to remain fiscally responsible. This expense does fall within staff projected expense range that was presented to the City Council during the January 15th City Council meeting presentation. Staff is also budgeting a 10% contingency, as was requested previously by the Council, so as to assure that there is adequate funding for unforeseen expenses related to the city's bridge shelter. So in order to meet internal and federal timelines and to continue to take steps forward towards reducing the number of homeless individuals in Costa Mesa, staff recommends that the City Council first determine that the procurement of the shelter operator be exempt from the formal bidding requirement set forth in the municipal code based upon the best interest of the city, and award a professional services agreement to Mercy House as the expert professional operator of the city's interim and long-term bridge facilities. I've listed the formal staff requested actions here as well so as to not miss any of the important wording on these actions. This concludes my presentation, and I, as well as Finance Director Ms. Kelly Telford, will be here to answer any questions that you may have. We also have Chief Operations Director for Mercy House, Ms. Elizabeth Andrade, and Mr. James Brooks here to answer any operated-related questions as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. Councilmember Marr, any questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Sorry, let me get to the right page here. So I was a little bit confused about the transportation model specifically in the proposal we received. So there's reference to a transportation vendor, but there's also reference to transportation funding in the Mercy House. Can you clarify that, Mr. Martin?
Yes, Councilmember Marr. So Mercy House will hire 2 full-time FTEs through a vendor as well as 2 part-time FTEs through a vendor, and that's what that funding is towards. So it's a third-party operator, probably likely the one that they use currently at Bridges at Kramer Place.
Does that include the vehicles themselves?
The vehicle expense is included in the budget.
Okay.
And it's roughly $27,000, I believe.
Okay. Can you clarify what diversion assistance is?
So diversion is the term that's used before people get into the shelter, whether it's returning them to their city of origin or back to family and friends. That might be a better shelter for them prior to having to enter the Costa Mesa shelter. So it's resources related to bus passes, temporary motel stays, sometimes plane tickets, things of that nature.
Got it. So, I mean, one of the things that we've heard repeatedly from staff, and I very much agree with, is that our existing outreach staff is being incredibly effective in the community. They know many of the folks that are going to be at the shelter already based on their work in Costa Mesa. And so I was just trying to make sure that I understood exactly how we plan on using our existing staff. And so I see them under intake and assessment and under diversion assistance, some housing, navigation, and case management. So there's actually quite a bit of staff involvement as you look at these tasks, which I guess surprised me a little bit because it's the whole range of services essentially we're going to have our folks plugged into. For some reason, I thought it was going to be almost limited to intake, but it sounds like it's kind of. Go ahead.
Sure. That's a great question. Case management is what our community outreach workers have been doing. They've been doing it in parks, on sidewalks, in streets. They're going to be able to have a facility to actually do that in now. They've gained the trust, as you've heard over and over, with local homeless clients that we're hoping will enter the shelter. So we want to continue that portion of it because that's where we're strongest right now.
Okay. So I didn't necessarily see, and maybe I missed it, that the Mercy House proposal kind of took into account the extent of the involvement of our own staff. And maybe that's not something that wasn't super clear, but did you feel like that was included?
Well, in looking at traditional models that Mercy House has submitted before, there are positions that they did not include as part of their proposal that would involve case management, or some positions that may have been full-time in a different shelter where there are not the hybrid model that we're looking at implementing. So there are some things that are not included as part of their proposal. As part of my presentation, the amount is a not-to-exceed amount. We do want to work with them, and we've already had some initial conversations about making sure we have the right staffing ratio with our team versus their team. We needed tonight to happen to really formalize these conversations with them to be able to figure out what the perfect ratio is, and we plan to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any concerns with it necessarily because I think it's an added benefit that we have our own staff in there. I just want to make sure we're not double dipping or that they're assigning people to what we anticipate our own staff are going to do. And then the last question I had, and I did see there was a paragraph in here about Mercy House looking for opportunities to work with our existing network and all of the volunteers who will want to contribute. But that wasn't sort of specifically called out in any of the program layout in terms of what our interim and long-term bridge shelter will include. So maybe just in future, if we could have a bullet for sort of the volunteer engagement being a critical part of what we want this to be going forward. Because I mean, I've already had people knocking down my door saying they want to contribute books to a library and other things that, you know, we're not making any reference here to, but are certainly going to be part of the bigger picture.
One of the conversations that we've already had between city staff and Mercy House staff is that the 7-day turnaround was a very expeditious challenge to get a full RFP submitted. And there are things that you'll notice. One of the recommendations is to authorize changes and amendments to the agreement. And we do believe, even just in the last week since this has come out, that we're going to need to be able to do that to fill in those gaps, similar to what you're mentioning.
Yeah, I mean, that's, excuse me, I think that's one of the good things about having some contingency funds in here, too, to give you that flexibility, because I recognize it's going to be an evolving process. So, anyway, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, Councilmember Mansour, any questions? Councilmember Guinness, any questions?
I have several. Looking at the numbers, this is for 50 beds, right? And do we anticipate that the 50 beds will be probably filled? What kind of occupancy rate do we expect for those beds?
It'll take place over time. We're at the advantage that we have our community outreach staff who are going to be able to go into the parks and the neighborhoods to solicit and to educate the homeless clients for the shelter. I would anticipate on the opening that we may have 35 to 40 individuals who are ready to go on day one because of the outreach that we'll do prior to the shelter opening.
Okay, well, if the facility were full, the portion of the annual cost due to Mercy House support activities would be approximately $1.5 million, which equates to $30,000 a bed. And then the annual costs, it says the new annual operating costs. I think it's supposed to be net.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 4. Not including the facility costs would be about $2.5 million, which comes out to about $50,000 a bed. Is that a typical range for just providing, not providing the building, but just providing the services for one homeless person? $50,000 a year?
It is.
Yowza.
It's actually cheaper to house a homeless person than it is to not house them. It costs the city more resources if you don't. Studies show that.
Because you could probably rent a fairly decent apartment for that, too. Of course, you need counseling services as well. I have a question. And then I noticed on the items to be under the enumerated expenses, the contractor listed a leasing agent, $42,000 for a leasing agent. Aren't we pursuing the facility, so why would they need a leasing agent?
Can I ask you what page you're on?
It's handwritten page 60.
Sure. So that position is not for the city's acquisition of a facility to host or to house the long-term center. It's to find housing for the clients who will be exiting through the Housing First model.
Okay. Thank you. Because it made no sense. Okay. And then, actually, I have sort of a global concern with this. This is a contract for $1.5 million, and the bid was out for a week. And that just seems to me, it's troubling. We knew that we needed an operator. When did we start working on the scope of services for the RFP?
In late December.
I see. And so, so it took us like a month to put together scope of services, and they needed to respond in a week?
It's difficult to create a full scope of services for an operator if you don't know where you're going to be and how you're going to be operating. We needed to first go through those initial steps to say we may be operating at the Lighthouse Church for a temporary amount of time. We know that we will potentially be looking to purchase a long-term facility. So we had to build those things into this agreement to give them some parameters to provide services for.
I see, because it just seems like maybe if we'd had a little more time, we might have had more respondents. And when anything is rushed, I see that we put a lot of effort into changing our bid rules so that we could hire somebody quick, but maybe we should have put a little more effort on the front end so that we didn't have to rush so much to hire somebody. Thank you.
One other thing that was a catalyst was the new city council. There were a lot of new people to educate from the very beginning of homelessness in 2010. with the Network for Homeless Solutions and the task force. Really had to bring people up to speed on what the need was and what we've done up until now and how we can continue to move forward. So we needed to build that as well, which took some time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds, any questions?
Yes, a couple. A number have been answered already. So I want to make sure that my understanding of the security plan is correct. So I have here the operator would provide 24 hours security, 24/7, 365 security at the site, professional third-party security, security on all shuttle trips to and from the site. The operator would have this roving patrol, and that's that 1/2 mile radius, which includes, that's not a security personnel, but that's someone trained to work with people who might be on the streets.
Operations staff.
Okay, also be picking up trash and talking to neighbors about what's going on. Okay, and of course our outreach team will continue doing their work. And my understanding is that we've added an additional to make 3 total police officers in our community policing unit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Am I missing anything? That's pretty comprehensive.
So we will also have the community outreach workers both in the shelter and remaining some outside of the shelter as well.
Sorry, who is that?
So our community outreach workers, there's actually 2 new full-time workers that will be coming on board. So some will be in the shelter, and then some will be outside of the shelter as well.
Yeah, okay. In the, so a clarifying question, and Councilmember Marr might have already done this, I want to make sure I understand. The contingency recommendation, that is item 3 in our recommendations, that contingency money would be still in our hands, right? That's for us to be able to react to things. Is that correct?
That's correct. That is not part of the not-to-exceed expense for the operator.
Okay.
It is for those types of non-operator expenses.
Okay, good. So a few questions on the Mercy House proposal that I want to make sure is clear. There was the mention of the transition plan, which is very, very important. Most of the I shouldn't say most, a lot of the comments I heard about the what happens after if there is a move. So the response to the RFP said there may be a contingency plan. The understanding is there will be a contingency plan.
There will absolutely be a transition plan.
There must be a contingency plan. Okay, good, thank you.
Same with the Shelter Advisory Board.
Yes.
I think it says may, and there will be.
There must be. Okay, those are very, very, very important elements. That's part of that good neighbor policy. That's critical. And one thing that's not clear to me, I believe the intention is right, but I want to. I'd like you to, in the final agreement, it needs to be. I'm not going to find the page, but there was kind of this call center that had daytime hours, and then another worker that had nighttime hours, and then something else about weekends. However it's set up, I think it's really important for residents to be able to have, ideally one, but just a very, very simple process of who to call if there's an issue. And then there was something that concerned me in the proposal that said, we'll make sure to respond within 72 hours. And that's not acceptable. If there's any issue, we have to be responding right away. I think even if it's not an urgent issue, we need to be able to respond quickly to questions. So that's something that I think would need to be changed. I wasn't comfortable with that amount of
Absolutely.
time.
I've actually asked Mercy House for clarification on that, and the general response was, concerns for all constituents, including residents, police, business owners, will be responded to within 24 hours. General inquiries may receive a response that may take up to 72 hours. What are your shelter operating hours?
Okay.
How do I become a volunteer? General questions like that may take a little bit longer than that 24-hour period.
Yeah, okay. I think if we're paying for staff that are going to be on site 24/7, we should have higher expectations about how quickly we can respond even to simpler issues.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, I think that Yes, covers my questions. Oh, sorry, one last clarification. So this proposal is not necessarily site-specific, right? This is a proposal to operate, whether it's at Lighthouse, whether it's at a permanent location that we're looking at, or any other location that we might end up at.
Correct. It's for an interim and long-term facility.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, Councilmember Chavez?
I have more comments, but no questions right now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. But first, if I may, I'd like to just compliment you. That was a really good staff report, and your answers to these questions are very direct, and you're listening very carefully to our questions. I appreciate it. Now to the questions. So I've had a lot of interest in people, talking about how they can help and once it gets up and running, and even before the shelter gets up and running. And in part, one of the things would be philanthropy. So people who can't give their time necessarily, but they could give their treasure. So what is the process? And maybe this isn't a question for you, maybe it's for Ms. Barlow or Ms. Telford, to establish a foundation so that even before we get going on the shelter operation, we can start to take advantage of some of the opportunities for philanthropy to defray the costs associated with operating the shelter.
Madam Mayor, I think I can address that very briefly. We already have a community foundation, so we could certainly use that vehicle as a way of raising funds. But if the council were interested in establishing a foundation that was specific to homeless needs, that would be relatively easy to set up as well.
Madam Mayor, can I also add a comment? The foundation we've used for other mechanisms, such as we did some fundraising for some extra things for our library process, and what you do is we go to the foundation, we ask them to set up a separate account, and then any donations made are held in a separate account, and then we request that money to the city to pay for anything that we would want to for the shelter. So that's a very easy process.
Great, thank you. So then the last question I have is just for Ms. Barlow, and that is, in reading the agreement, I noticed an issue regarding the term of the contract and the termination provision, and we've been submitted negotiated an amendment. So I was wondering if she could just go over that so the public make sure the public knows about that and the council knows about that. So when we're voting, it incorporates that amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we proposed changes to sections 3.1 and 3.2 of the agreement. The proposed change to section 3.1 would make the initial term 2 years, except obviously subject to our termination for any reason. We did provide that then the additional proposed 3 years, or 1 year, 3 one-year terms, would be at the option of the city, and that we would provide at least 60 days notice if we were going to extend for that next term for planning purposes. And in section 3.2, we added a provision requiring that the contractor give us at least 180 days notice of any intent to terminate the contract with the city, so that we could find another provider, go through a process and find someone else to provide these services. So those are the changes that we are recommending you incorporate into your approval this evening.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. A couple questions. I agree with Councilmember Reynolds. Is there a way to get the 24 hours reduced to 1 hour? Because I think that if somebody's calling and they're calling to report something, then they don't want to have to wait 24 hours to be cured.
We can work to minimize it.
It all
for
depends
sure.
on the issue.
And remember, we're going to have staff in the facility as well, which is a unique hybrid that we're going to have to work through with the operator. So there will be more people to return phone calls.
Okay. And Mr. Martin, how many operators of a similar kind are there in Orange County that we could even invite to bid on this?
There's a handful. You know, we invited what we think were the top three, to be very honest with you, from touring local facilities to speaking with the folks who they're providing services for, and we think that we got the cream of the crop with who we looked into. But there are, 8.
Okay. But the ones that you invited to bid were the ones that you would recommend that we prefer for our city?
That's correct, and we also did invite all of them to participate in the open house as well, so that the public could meet them as well. And some of the comment cards that we got actually gave feedback on what they thought about Mercy House and the Salvation Army as well, and they were both very positive.
Okay, and then, I know you came on board to work on this project sometime maybe first week or okay. And so there was some work being done previously, but there was some effort underway, right, Ms. Telford, with regard to trying to identify operational costs and looking at other contracts from other locations in Anaheim and Orange and Santa Ana. I mean, we didn't just throw this together in a week, right?
No, the staff has actually compiled all the agreements for all the local shelters. We visited all the local shelters to engage in those relationships and see what might work best for the city on who we wanted to engage. So it's been an ongoing process since before I entered in November.
Okay. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I would just like to add, in one of the earlier slides, Mr. Martin mentioned that the proposed cost from Mercy House is within our projected range. Prior to bringing the shelter in general to council for consideration, we did a very detailed analysis, line by line, staff by staff, and went through what we expected the shelter costs to come out to so that we could adequately advise council, not only on the Mercy House, or at that time just the shelter operator, not only on those costs, but what it would cost to purchase a facility, operate a facility. You have utility costs when you own a facility. We went through it in great detail, and this did come back within those projected ranges. So we felt very comfortable with the response, that they weren't over padding the contract.
Okay, good to know. And then as far as the timing, so if council approves this tonight, when would we expect the operator to come on board and begin helping us to move forward?
So we'll have to execute the contract should the council direct that tonight. We've already had some initial conversations about that. There are things we need assistance with for sure that we're not experts in, with locating our bus stops and how we set up our transportation model and all those things. So sooner than later, for sure. We will be bringing in the council potentially on the 19th, a follow-up for the Lighthouse church negotiations for the temporary shelter, and Mercy House will be heavily involved in that because they need to be.
Okay. And so is there an expectation that they would begin helping us with getting that finalized between now and the 19th?
Not the negotiation portion of it, but the logistics of operating in a space will be something that they'll be involved in.
Okay, great. All right. I'm going to open this item up for public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to speak to this item, please come to the podium. Every speaker will be given 3 minutes. Good evening.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor. Len Redmond, 1064 Westward Lane, Costa Mesa. On the cost issue, I just attended a seminar, a very informative meeting on homelessness this last Saturday. The Presbyterian Women, Orange County, put on Los Ranchos Presbyterian. And the cost issue, the last count in Orange County, I believe they completed a few weeks ago, was 5,200 homeless without shelter and any hope of any kind of a home or job. The cost, if you use that as the right figure per person to the taxpayers, is $44,000 a year. The ones that are have homes, which the one lady was there on the panel from Jamboree, which builds homes for homeless in Anaheim and other places. That cost, including medical care, food support, mental health support, and job training, is in the 20,000 range to the taxpayers. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Third time's a charm, right? And I appreciate the gentleman with the math because in the 5 years that I've been studying this, and of course that's just a dip in the pool because this has been an issue in the city for decades, and lots of different groups have made their attempts. And if anybody is ever interested in actually looking at not the cost to taxpayers, in addition to what cities and counties and state and federal monies are utilized, go to guidestar.org and type in homeless and see how many charities are involved in the work with the homeless. Their 990s, their annual tax filings are on guidestar.org, and we are talking about millions of dollars per year per entity. So if you look at that as an additional layer of tax on the general public for support of the homeless, I'm surprised that those numbers are as low as they are, because I actually think they're much higher. So for $50,000, as Councilperson Guinness mentioned, yes, that sounds like an awful lot, but when you look at all the ancillary services that are utilized on a weekly basis by cities and all of the surrounding vendors that participate in that, including the cost to businesses like mine, from the impact of people experiencing homelessness, you get to $50,000 pretty darn quick. So I am very much in favor of this, and I hope the council passes this evening, because this is a major step forward, a major game changer in the current environment that we are experiencing, and for PD to be able to essentially utilize all the tools in their tool belt to keep our streets safe and to address issues. Anybody that maybe tooled down Harbor Boulevard this evening probably saw the mini encampment that's going in just before Victoria, that now at last count, I think I counted 5 heads this evening in that encampment. And yes, technically there's a little strip of sidewalk that you can walk past, so they're not completely taking over the sidewalk, but under the new rules, these guys would not be there for very long, and I am so looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, Councilmember.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I've been following Larry Haynes with Mercy House for years, and just watching the work that he's done in Ontario. I think we've got the best of the best. So I want to thank you for moving quickly on this. But I do have a couple of minor points, and I know you did this quickly. So I think at some point I'd appreciate some clarification. Talking about the funding that Mercy House is going to do for the neighborhood patrols. There's a little conflict, because if you look on page 14 or handwritten 37, under it says that 7 days a week within a half mile, 7 days a week, a staff patrol. But then if you flip to page 5, handwritten, it looks like 46, it says that neighborhood patrols to monitor a half-mile radius around the shelter perimeter every 2 hours. I assume that would be around the lighthouse. These patrols will take place at 10 a.m., 2 p.m., 2 p.m., and 4 p.m. I don't think that that's enough. And I think that before we even go down that road to have a private patrol security person, which I think we need to, I think I heard you say they were going to add more Costa Mesa police officers. I've got my safety glasses on here. That we need to make sure, and I tried to look it up on my cell phone, that remember that chart you finally got as far as like Newport has listing? Okay, we need to update that and make sure that everybody's been inspected, everybody has the right code enforcement, and that this whole issue, which I don't have a solution, what we do with those who walk away from the sober living homes and become homeless. That's a problem needing a solution. Maybe a moratorium on sober living homes and counseling centers would be a solution until we solve this problem. We see them. I just saw one when I left work at College Hospital, a young man sleeping in the parking garage. because he's homeless and he's young. I assume, you know, he came here to get sober and he decided he didn't want to do that. Also, big question, will the temporary, just to confirm, will this temporary bridge allow us to move the homeless off the public spaces, or do we have to, legally, the definition from the judge, do we have to wait until the permanent structure is operational? So I appreciate all you do, but there are some little loose ends. Thank you.
We'll get answers to those questions after we finish public comment.
Okay, so I agree with everything that Ms. Lees just said. And also, just right here on Plummer Street, they're taking over people's yards, front yards, and sleeping in them. And they're elderly, and it's really unfair to the residents of Plummer Street. I don't know why this street keeps getting attacked and neglected. It's really starting to bug me. Anyway, so first of all, I would have voted for the Salvation Army. I'm familiar with what they do, and as far as recovery, they're phenomenal. They have a huge success rate, unlike a lot of our sober living homes. We're not going to put a stop to this until you stop the river of recovery flowing through our city. It's not going to stop. So people go, well, why do you go to all those city council meetings? Because something always happens. So this evening, during public comment, a gentleman was sitting behind me. He leans forward and he says, are you in the business? Do you have a house? And I said, well, no, but I'm just really interested. So he goes, well, they shut my houses down. And I said, oh, let's go out and talk. He tells me he's a friend of Jim Rickheimer's. Jim Rickheimer told him he could open up these houses and do whatever he wanted 7 years ago, which he did. Then he explains to me, well, he's in an R1 neighborhood, and I said, well, you had a business. You need a business license. And he goes, no, but Jim told me I could just do it. And I'm telling you, in that Yellowstone case, Jim Rickheimer told Rick Francis he wanted all the homeless people off the streets and into sober living houses. So what I'm asking you tonight is, if they come to the lighthouse and they need detox, where are you sending them? You can't let them in the shelter, right? Where are you going to send them? To certain people's friends' recovery homes? There's people sitting in this room who have family members that own detox houses, or they own them themselves. They're chomping at the bit. They're going to make money off of all this. Shame on them. When do you have enough money? When is enough enough? I say stop the river of recovery, or none of this is going to work.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm batting 0 for 1, but I'm going to try again. And actually, my comments are similar to my Fairview Park comments. And I agree with Finance Director Telford. I believe that, for example, in Fairview Park, the money should come out of the Park Development Fund. My point was that the city already had park development funds that had already been appropriated and not used, and tap that money first before you go back to the Park Development Fund. So similar here on this, the city is recommending spending $500,000 and taking that out of reserves. Next week, the city has planned a mid-year budget review study session. I would recommend or suggest that before the council makes the decision to take that directly out of reserves, at least listen to the mid-year budget session and possibly learn something there. Maybe there's some funds available out of the current year's operating budget to use this $500,000 for. The staff report mentions that future year costs will be coming out of the annual operating budgets. I see no reason why you can hold another week, see if this $500,000 can be absorbed out of the current year's operating budget. Maybe you'll see some cost decreases next week. Maybe some additional revenue comes in. I urge you to wait at least a week and not take this out of reserves immediately. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Beth Rufakis, longtime Costa Mesa resident. Thank you for letting me speak on this issue. I had looked at the notice of termination, and I agree there needs to be a time frame. The 180 days seems reasonable, because if the contractor terminates the agreement, what are you going to do? You have to have somebody in there to be able to run the shelter. So you need to have a a time so that you can find another operator. So that needs to be done. The other issue I have is on several pages it talks about designated dropping off transportation to and from the shelter site in locally designated and approved areas, and then it talks about drop off and pick up. And I wanted to know specifically what you're doing and how these areas are going to be selected, because I want to make sure, I have concerns that they're not next to schools or preschools, things like that. There's other things that, other locations that are probably not appropriate. So that's what I would like to see clarification on. And this exemption for the, this is only for the bridge shelter. So if you have a permanent shelter, is that going to go out to rebid? Because I have concern that I attended the meeting you had last week where some of the operators were there. I spoke along with a couple other members here to the Salvation Army representative, and he seemed to be very interested, and they were very interested in, operating the shelter. So it seems to me that this is kind of strange. You invite them on the 30th to this event, and on the 31st you come out with this recommendation for Mercy House. So to me it doesn't make sense. It's like it's kind of predetermined that it was going to be Mercy House would be the selected vendor as opposed to one of the other two operators that were involved. So to me that seems a little odd, the timing. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. This will be our last speaker. Unless anyone else wants to speak, please come to the podium at this time.
I just want to comment on what Beth said, and I was with her in this group. So this meeting was held on the 30th. The RFP went out on the 21st. It was 7 days, so 7 plus 21 would have been 28. So it would have been on the day that we had that meeting that they were already past that date, that they could have submitted something. And I'm with Beth. We had a very long conversation with Salvation Army regarding their intent and how they would run it and what would go on. So this short date is really worrisome to me. And I'm not saying that Mercy House isn't a capable operator, but we don't know, in fact, if they are the most capable operator. So I have some concern on that. I have also concerns what Beth was saying about these drop-off points and the operation of the lighthouse. Once you take it from the lighthouse and you put it into the permanent over on Airway, is the lighthouse still going to be able to take in and do their normal recruitment of those people that don't qualify for the bridge shelter? So in that regard, if they do that, what have we gained? We still have a group that are going to be doing this lighthouse type of thing. So I have a lot of questions. Look, I support this 100%, and beyond the fact that we've been ordered by Judge Carter. I mean, this is the right thing to do. I just want us to do this correctly. It's a lot of money. Even at just the $1.4 million in 10 years, we're talking $14 million with probably another spillover of another 8 to 10 million on operational and utilities and other things that we never even thought of about this. So, sometimes doing the most expedient thing isn't doing the most efficient thing. And staff, you've been incredible. You've just done incredible work. I thank you for that. But this is a big thing for Costa Mesa. And financially, this may be our Waterloo, because we need a bunch of conservative financial processes going down the line, because we're going to have to absorb a lot of this. So a lot of things that we thought we were going to do are going to have to be overtaken by what the right thing is to do.
Thank you. This will be our last speaker. Oh, okay. He will be our last
Robin
speaker.
Leffler, Costa Mesa.
I'm going to pause your time for just one moment. I'll start it over. If you wish to speak, please come to the podium at this time so I can gauge how many more speakers. There you go.
Robin Leffler, Costa Mesa.
Yeah, we want to do the right thing, but we want to do it right. And I would like to back up the things that Ralph Taboda said. Very apt understanding of the finances and the precarious position that we may be forcing ourselves into. The city is spending a lot of money right now, and we have a finite amount of money. I am very concerned that this was all decided in a very short window. We've had 2 people speak that say the Salvation Army, when they talked to them, was expressing interest, was not saying they couldn't do it. They would be the best operator for this, no doubt in my mind. But I would like transparency. I would like to know a little more what happened. A week is ridiculously short time to close the window of opportunity here when there's so much at stake. And I think anything else that I would say has already been said. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Well, I'd like to start by commending the new council for moving so quickly and expeditiously on trying to solve this problem. Bygones to be bygones, but previous Mayor Guinness, part of this mess is due to you and Mansour and Mr. Rickheimer being at the helm and allowing all this stuff to come and be readily available within Costa Mesa. So you don't have to take all the blame, but please take some of it. But moving forward through staff doing a great job. I understand this is a crash course, but you're only going to be tackling a portion of this. And why is us as constituents, why are we taking all the burden? Why can't you shift some of this to the sober living? Not every person who's homeless is homeless because of previous experiences or unfortunate situations. Some of them are being transported in here. So why not relay some of that expenditure, financial expenditure, to the sober living? If a kid comes in and says, hey, I'm homeless, but I just got kicked out of a sober living house, why don't we find out what sober house he came out of and send them the bill? They will not stop this chain. This is not, we're talking millions and millions of dollars transferring funds. When these kids come out of there, who do they go to work for? Why do you think there's an explosion of moving companies within Costa Mesa? Because these kids are going to work for these moving companies. Some of the construction companies in Costa Mesa are hiring some of these kids. You guys are just wondering, where are they going to sleep and spend the night? What are they doing the rest of the time? Catering services, construction, cleanup, high-rise buildings. That's what they're doing. And that correlates to what? They're casing the places, additional crime, more stuff. They know what's going on. I mean, this is just a part of it. The older homeless people are not the one, they're the unfortunate ones, the ones camping around Home Depot, in the Kmart shopping center, on Victoria Street. Those are the unfortunate ones. But there's a whole other plethora of individuals that are out there that you guys aren't going to really be catering to. So if we can broaden this and be able to help them as well, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Madam City Attorney, did you have a response?
To the sober living home issue?
Yes.
We are not legally able to simply build the sober living homes. We are working very hard at enforcing our ordinance and dealing with nuisance abatement issues. We have successfully closed down 75 facilities through nuisance abatement actions.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor and City Council, I'm the pastor of the Lighthouse, Phil Eiskens, and there's been a question that has gone out, and I'm going to try to the best of my ability to answer of what is the Lighthouse going to do 12 months from now? Are we going to operate in the same way we've been operating? Well, 12 months is a long time. Patterns change. Some of the folks, because of the 500 quarter-mile circle around the area, patterns are going to change. People move. I can't tell you what it's going to be like in Costa Mesa in 12 months. I can't tell you what our church is going to be like. I mean, we're a church and providing a service. We've had many, many, many success stories come out of the Lighthouse. People who are homeless now working for the County of Orange. People who are homeless. I don't anticipate the same procedures that we have. I don't anticipate the crowds. I don't anticipate it because the shelter is going to be successful. And this 12 months of boundaries, incredible boundaries that are going to be created by having the interim shelter is going to be incredible. And it's basically going to change patterns. And I think we need to take a look at 12 months instead of saying, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? I think we need to wait and see. And I would almost guarantee it's going to be positive, very positive. And I know I don't have amount of time, but we used to have a retired judge, Jet Rudder, that was part of the Lighthouse before he passed away with cancer. But he used to call some folks bad actors. There's just a handful in this town. And there's a lot of homeless folks that are very grateful, gratitude. They follow direction very well. They're just in a place that's very difficult to get out of for many reasons. Jobs, wages, crime record, all that stuff is very difficult to get out of once you're in it. So anyway, I just want to urge folks to just look at the 12 months and what will happen after that. And I think it'll be very, very positive. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close public comment. Council, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
Mayor Pro
Now,
Tem Stevens.
Okay, so I'll just go through the recommendations, starting with number 1. I move that we determine that compliance with the bidding requirements and procedures of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code for the procurement of a shelter operation for the city's temporary, interim, and long-term bridge shelter facilities is not in the best interest of the city, such that the procurement of the shelter operator will be exempt from the municipal code's formal bidding requirements.
Second.
Okay. I then make a motion that we award a professional services agreement to Mercy House Living Centers in the amount of $1,457,000 as the city's interim and long-term bridge shelter operator.
Second.
I move that we authorize the acting city manager and city clerk to execute the proposed agreement and future authorized changes and amendments to the agreement and allow up to an additional 10% contingency totaling $145,700 as needed for unforeseen costs.
Second.
My final motion is to authorize a budget adjustment totaling $1,602,000.
I got it.
What's that?
It's this number. It's 500.
Oh, 500? Sorry. Let me write. 509,950. Okay. Authorize a budget adjustment totaling $509,950 for a bridge shelter operator services from unassigned fund balances in the general fund.
Second. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you want to speak to the motions?
Yeah, I'll speak to the motions, just all of them at once. So it just occurred to me when Pastor Phil was talking, and just to kind of like tie these together, one of the reasons why perhaps we didn't get a bid from the Salvation Army, which is a great group, is, as I mentioned in my original comments, they just opened the Anaheim shelter just last week, and Ben Hurst, who was here at the event that we had right in this room, the informational event, he was then was one of the main speakers at the Anaheim event, and I was a little bit surprised that and pleased that he took the time to be with us when they had such a momentous event the next day. Anyway, that shelter operation is 224 beds, and they're planning within another month to add another 101 beds. So the Salvation Army has their hands full. And ultimately what they plan to do at that site is to build a 600-bed, what they call the Center of Hope in Anaheim. So that's a huge project for them. And so perhaps that they didn't have, feel like they had the capacity or bandwidth to deal with our shelter. With respect to the issue about what are we going to do after in 12 months, I think Pastor Phil hit it right on the head. There's this concept that we learned at the Anaheim opening of compassionate disruption. I think what we're doing here is we're disrupting patterns, as the pastor said, and disrupting them in a good way. And we're putting out a message to the community, the community that's living in homelessness, and also the greater community, that we're not going to tolerate people living on the streets anymore. It's not humane, it's not good for our city, and it's not good for the poor souls who find themselves in that circumstance. As for the cost of the structure, the operator's agreement, it is high, I would agree. But it's an investment. It is an investment in our community, because as has been brought up before, how expensive it is to have an unsheltered person on the streets. It costs us in fire and police costs. It erodes our tax base, as Ms. Crockman brought up. It's not, and she has a service business, but there's all kinds of retail businesses that are adversely affected by the conduct of homeless individuals. And we all know, in terms of budgeting, in terms of fiscal responsibility, that the lion's share of our revenue in this city comes from sales tax revenue. But it also comes from property tax revenue. And it can't do any good for our property tax base or our home values to have numerous people living unsheltered on the streets of Costa Mesa. So increasing our property tax base is a good thing fiscally. It's a fiscally sound thing. Moreover, we talk about the money we spend on parks. We just talked about some money that we set aside to do some repairs at Fairview Park. The parks have been impacted, as has been raised by a number of people today, by people experiencing homelessness, basically living in our parks. By having this operator, having this shelter, we are going to give back the parks to our community and our children to play in the parks, exactly like was depicted on Councilmember Mansour's film. And now finally to Mercy House. I've known Larry Haynes for about 10 years. He's a neighbor of mine. He lives right around the corner. He lives in Costa Mesa. He's a Costa Mesa resident. I trust him. And it's more important, while I do agree that we should put something in here that says somebody should get back to somebody in an hour or half an hour, or whatever the case may be, I trust that Larry and his organization will do that. The first time I ever met him, he said, and I believe it's true, homelessness is a choice that we make in the United States of America. We do not have to have homelessness. And he is committed to ending homelessness. And I'm really pleased to have him on Costa Mesa's team.
Thank you. I agree with everything you just said, and I do think this is another step in our efforts to restore safety and security to families in Costa Mesa and to businesses in Costa Mesa. And those families include people who are experiencing homelessness. It's unimaginable what you might experience if your son or your daughter had to endure living on the streets, living in trash enclosures, camping out in the parks under a tarp. There are many, you would be surprised, there are many families in this community who you would never know that their family member is one of those individuals that's out on the streets, or that has died because of being out on the streets. And so we are not only not going to tolerate people living on our streets anymore, but we're going to save lives. And so I am really proud of the work that we all have done. The staff has put in maybe not an extended number of days, but certainly an extended number of hours within those days to get this project to where it is today. There has been hundreds of hours put in by our city staff, hundreds of hours put in by our council just in the last few weeks to get us here. And that is, I think, commendable, because it means that they're not able to work on anything else. Essentially, we all dropped everything to work on these projects to get it to the point where we are now. And it's a really good plan. It's going to be a model for other cities in Orange County. It's that good. I really believe that. And I want to thank Ms. Krochman for being such a supporter and coming out to all the community meetings and meeting with the business owners. It really has helped us to get to this point where the residents and the business owners believe that we're truly committed to this plan and truly committed to making the neighborhoods safer, the quality of life in our community better, and saving people's lives. So thank you to everyone. And I want to assure those who are concerned about the impact of sober living homes and how they are exacerbating the level of homelessness in our community, that we are going to hold those sober living homes who are curbing our residents and kicking them out and creating more homelessness. We're going to hold them accountable, because that is just inhumane, and it is I've said it before, it's a model of relapse, not of recovery. We want to promote and help those organizations who truly care about recovery and helping people and are not just motivated by the dollars. So we will hold them accountable, and we'll continue on a parallel course to work on those issues. So thank you, Council. I'll turn over to Councilmember Marr. Did you have any comments?
So I just wanted to speak to how quickly this went through. So 7 days is not a long time, but I think the reason Salvation Army was happy to be here and still supported the project is they recognize what we're trying to do. So they chose not to bid. It wasn't that we had somebody pre-selected. I hope everyone understands that. So just to put this all in context, 30 days after the execution of contract, we'll finalize, Mercy House is going to finalize the management plan, conduct staff recruitment. 60 days after the execution of the contract, they're going to execute their own contracts, have staff hired, trained, and ready for the shelter opening. April 15th is 69 days from now. So we've been talking about the Salvation Army facility getting open in 79 days. This is a train. We are moving. And so that if it seems like we're rushing, it's because we are. Because every day that goes by that one more person is sleeping on the streets or one more encampment pops up is a day that we are wasting. And so absolutely, I have no problem saying staff is doing this quickly and we are rushing to get this done. That shouldn't be a surprise to anybody at this point. And I think we were doing it with good reason and with good motivation, and I'm proud of the fact that we are moving to get this, to make this happen. So I'm really excited we're at this point. Everything that was in here, just for a couple of clarification items, so the question of security not roving every 2 hours, and also the question of the 72-hour versus the 24-hour response time. I'm assuming with the contract we're going off of Exhibit A, which was our RFP, which includes the 2 hours and the 24-hour response time. So while there might have been a different response from Mercy House, ultimately our contract is going to be off of what we wanted to have happen. So anyway, I'm excited to support this motion and excited to keep moving forward with this. This is not the last time we're going to get comments about rushing through, and I am okay with that.
Thank you. Councilmember Mansour. Councilmember Reynolds? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Guinness.
I have a couple questions for the maker of the motion. Under our ordinance that we adopted just earlier tonight, under consent calendar item 10, amendment of section 2-162, in order to make the exemption from the bidding requirements, we are to have specifically identified conditions supported by substantial evidence in the record. And so would the maker of the motion include will be exempt from the municipal code's formal bidding requirements due to the need to move homeless individuals off the streets and to meet federal court deadlines.
Yes.
Second concurs.
Okay, and then the professional service agreement, does that include the 2-year and the 180-day changes as recommended by Ms. Barlow?
Yes, that was my intent.
Second concurs.
And that I have to say, I am still very troubled by the 7-day bid turnaround, because I think I have no problems with Mercy House whatsoever, but at the same time, you always want to, you don't have your bathroom remodeled by the first guy you talk to, basically, even if he's a great guy. And especially since this is now proposed to go from a 1-year to a 2-year contract with multiple renewals, 7-day turnaround, it's just breathtaking that we would do that. And this is $1.5 million a year, so over the course of the contract, it could very well be $7.5–9 million with a 7-day turnaround. And I think we might have reached beyond Orange County, although it's nice to have locals. I am troubled by that. However, we do need to move forward. So I'm very torn on that, especially with the extension of from 1 year to 2. But I know we need to move forward. And I do hope we will try to find other funding, because while it's true that having a person on the street costs more than sheltering a person, one of the things in some of my meetings with the county that they even admitted was basically a lot of the costs that are borne by the county. But then getting the people off the streets, which used to, by the way, traditionally be a county function. The county gets just as much of your property tax dollar as the city does. And granted, they have some county facilities such as county parks, county health department, county social services department. Traditionally, this used to be the county's job, but the county isn't doing it. So basically, we're doing it. So yes, it's this, you're the taxpayers. Everybody here is a taxpayer. So yeah, it's more to the taxpayers overall, but basically right now, the pocket of the city is going to be picked a lot more than the pocket of the county, because the county will have less expenses by bringing people off the streets, which we will then be paying to do. Right. And so I do hope that we could take advantage of, see what we can get from the county. And I know that we are pursuing that, and I hope we will continue to pursue funds from the county, as well as some of the statewide funds that are being made available. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes, okay, so maybe I'll add some, start with the questions here. So we've talked about a few of the things in the proposal that we want to make sure we clarified, the 72-hour response time. I'll just share my expectations, and if you can tell me if you think that's consistent with the proposal, I think I'd be comfortable with that. So determining the drop-off, so there are 4 things that my expectations would be that we have done, and this may be this staff working with the operator here before April 15th. So before the site opens, my expectations is that we would have determined the drop-off and pickup locations, that we would have established this neighborhood advisory committee and worked with them to shape maybe an initial draft of this good neighbor policy. The reason I think that needs to happen before the site opens is one, to just continue engaging the community, especially in the immediate area around the site location, and set expectations about what that communication should be, what the right response time should be, what the right kind of mechanism for that communication should be. We can talk about whether it should be 2 hours or 4 hours or 24 hours. Let's let the residents be part of that conversation as well. So I would like us to be establishing that advisory committee and have at least one group meeting to discuss those expectations beforehand. Is that reasonable as part of the proposal?
Yes.
Okay. The reporting plan, the RFP, and the response discuss some of these daily logs of different data. I think I'd like us to establish again the expectations on what information that we'd be getting back on what frequency before we start that setting up, whatever mechanism it is again to collect that data will take a little bit of time. So I want to make sure that we have a clear understanding of what information we're tracking and what we'll be able to report, so we understand the impacts. And on a similar vein, tracking the cost impacts, I think, is going to be really important and maybe feeds into some of the story you're talking about of who's actually saving the money here. I think, Ms. Telford, I think you've started doing some of this a little bit. Maybe it's already set up, but making sure we have kind of the right accounting pools so we can track costs internally. What is the cost impact? Is it a net savings for us? And if not, is it just a net savings overall? I think that's going to be a really important story. So I'd like to make sure we have that set up as well. So those were my 4 items. So all of that is reasonable? Next
Yes.
60 days?
We just need to be working with the operator to be able to do a lot
Right,
of these
of course. Okay. The cost question, it's a good one. I did the same math. I had to use a calculator. I think you did it in your head. I wanted to make sure. When I did that math, gosh, this is a big cost for 50 beds. That's a lot of money. It's, the first thing that popped into my mind, well, that's economies of scale, right? It would be a lower number if we had a 200-bed shelter or a 400-bed shelter. We're not required to do that, and I don't think we want to volunteer to do that. So it does. It costs a lot to set this up. The number's high, and I think it's important. That's one of the reasons I want to make sure that we're able to track the financial impact. The 50K, kind of the broader number, Councilmember Guinness mentioned 50K per head. That's not just for this shelter location. That includes our whole outreach team that's doing the diversion. So that's servicing a lot more than 50 people, right? That is kind of the whole, everything Costa Mesa is doing related to homelessness in our city, our efforts to end homelessness. Okay. And I appreciate the comments we've heard too, both from the public and at the dais here about, these costs are way underestimated, right? We talk about cost to fire, cost to the hospitals, costs that maybe that the county isn't incurring. There are the costs, Mayor Foley mentioned this, the costs of someone who's fallen, off and can't get help and is not a contributing member of society. How do we quantify that? How do we quantify the cost of someone who's afraid to go outside of their door at night, is afraid to walk down the street in front of the house that they've lived in for 20 years? I don't know how we quantify that, but those are the costs that we really, really need to address. And I have, after hours and hours and hours of hearing about these plans and seeing some of these models work, am confident that we can make this work. And I'm really proud of everyone, the staff, council, and all of the public who have contributed to this, to really shaping what can be a robust plan, and it's up to all of us to implement that correctly. I do appreciate the concerns about this fast turnaround. I think this is similar to this Fairview Park Bluffs project. We're having to act in an emergency situation because we haven't acted before. We need to get out of that. We don't want to be in situations where we have to respond in these emergency situations, but I do think it's an emergency, and we set a very ambitious target. It's going to be a very busy first quarter, but I think it's really important we do that, and the fact that this operator is someone that many members in the community know and trust is a very important part of me feeling comfortable with that turnaround. So again, thank you, everyone. I'm going to support this proposal, and let's get to work.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember, just let me let them speak, and then you can address that. Okay. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very pleased to see we're having the same operator for both the short-term and long-term shelter. My apologies, on the weather here.
And you guys are all going to get me sick.
Yeah, we have a good barrier, Mayor Foley. We're fine. One of the concerns I heard a lot about in our last week's event here regarding the shelter was people wanted to know that the knowledge we're going to gain in this short-term shelter we carried over, and I'm very glad to see that the operators can be in both facilities. Furthermore, I'm very happy to see Mercy House applied and got the project. Having toured two of their facilities, notably, I've toured Regina House in Santana, when I was in high school. It's a shelter for women with children. And recently, having toured Bridges at Kramer Place over in Anaheim, I had the most faith and trust in this organization. And looking at everything that they've set forward with us, I think my members of council have putting out good suggestions to improve an already great document. I think what we're looking at today is really the starting point of a big thing in our city. We're addressing a big issue that's been ignored since I was a kid. I remember when my sister was born back in 2009, we never went to Lions Park, or Airplane Park as they call it colloquially. She's never set foot in the park that's down the street from our house. To me, she's now 10. For 10 years, we have not had our parks in our city. For 10 years, our residents in West Costa Mesa and all over town have lost a bit of quality of life. And it's not only us. The people on the streets are also homeless. They're getting by. And, it's times like these when we reflect and look way beyond just what's fiscally responsible, what's good for our enforcement of our ordinances, and we look past that and say, what's good for the people around me? We have an opportunity here to really improve quality of life for not only ourselves, but those who need help. Now, that being said, I also want to see a few improvements for those surrounding the temporary shelter. I mentioned last council meeting how I want to see brighter lights in the nearby area, and I do hope we will include that in this contract consumption reform. I'm very happy to see we have a half mile radius from the project, so really help out with the new park and the new investment we're putting in this community that needs it. And more importantly for me, the chance for us all to come together, not just Costa Mesa, because I know our city is doing a great job in that already, but also our county board supervisors, like Michelle Steele. It's time for the county to play their part too, because as a city, I know we're doing our best. I see it when I talk to you, the residents, and I talk to businesses. We're putting our part in. The county should as well. And I have high hopes that our new elected officials like Carly Norris and Harley Ruda, our congressman, will help bring funds as well in their respective bodies. This is a team effort for all of us. And I'm very happy to vote for this motion. I know it's the right thing to do for all of us.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to some of Councilmember Guinness's comments. By the way, thank you very much for the clarifications. They were very helpful, and I appreciate targeting the motion a little bit more precisely. With respect to her comments regarding the county, while I do understand her point, and she makes a reasonable point, one of the things about the county participating, and Councilmember Chavez just made that point as well. When it comes to the shelter, however, one of the things that we have as a council, even before with the prior council, we made a point of as saying we don't want to necessarily take county funds or partner with other cities or take other funds that would create strings attached to them, because to the extent possible, we want to have control over this shelter. So that the shelter can be exclusively, if not primarily, for the benefit of Costa Mesa residents that have fallen into homelessness. And when you take funds, a lot of times you take strings with them. And that was a concern not just of this body, but of the prior body. And so here we have created a circumstance where we're moving forward with our own taxpayer funds, and we have the control that is required that gives us the ability and the autonomy to have the very, very best shelter. So with all the great things that they're doing in Anaheim, and they're doing great things with everything that they're doing in Santa Ana or other neighboring cities, I think that this group here, this council, it has the highest expectation for this shelter. We want it to be a model, and in fact, we want it to be the very best shelter in the county, in the state, and perhaps in the United States. So that's certainly my objective. And I'm really proud to make this motion, and I'm proud to call it to a vote.
Thank you. I'm going to, before we call the vote, I have one more point I want to make. I know the motion says we're going to take it from the unassigned fund balance, but you know how I don't like that. So if, in fact, there is, for example, our ambulance transport money comes in the next couple of weeks and we're able to not have to dip into fund balance, or if we're able to secure state or federal funding for this, you understand that you have the authority to not take it out of fund balance, right?
I want to assure you, Mayor, that we are going to look for every opportunity to do our very best so we don't have to take it out of fund balance.
Okay.
And that is our hope.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Reynolds pointed out her expectations. I think we all expect that the neighborhood around the proposed shelter, whether it be at the lighthouse or in the future at another location, a permanent location, that we expect that those investments that we have pledged to make to the community, that those will come forth, those investments of lighting and street improvements and patrols in the neighborhoods. So I'm confident that staff knows that, but I just want to hammer it home that that's our expectation, that this plan that we have adopted has an overall concept of restoring the character of the neighborhoods, of restoring safety and community back into the neighborhoods. Okay, with that, we'll call the question.
Can I make one comment? I think it's likely that we are going to have to use fund balance. I mean, it's wishful thinking. I mean, I wish we get $1.5 million from somewhere, but I mean, and if we do, absolutely use it. But I think when we vote on this, we're acknowledging that it's more than likely going to come out of fund balance.
Call for the question.
Madam Mayor, we had 4 separate motions. What question are you calling for? All 4
we're
at one time,
voting
or are we
on, do you want to?
Well, we had 4 separate motions.
Can you let me finish? Would you like to vote on each separately? Is that what you're asking?
Well, are we supposed to, since we had 4 separate motions?
We don't have to. We can vote all at once, unless you want to make a substitute motion to vote on them separately. Or Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, do you want to separate them out?
Yeah, we can vote separately.
Okay, we'll vote on the first motion. All those in favor?
Motion carries 7-0.
As to the second motion, all those in favor?
Motion carries 7-0.
As to the third motion, all those in favor?
Motion carries 7-0.
As to the fourth motion, all those in favor?
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Guinness voting no.
There we go. Okay, thank you all for all your hard work. We will now move on to our next item of business.
I think we can
New business, item number 2.
Thank you. This is the Urban Master Plan screening request for a mixed-use development in the South Bristol Entertainment and Cultural Arts Becca Urban Plan area called Camp Out at 2944 and 2948 Randolph-Amet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I see Ms. Martin has her hood on because we're all freezing in here. Is there any way to turn off the air? Thanks. Oh, you were hot? Oh, I'm sorry. So cold.
If I mean, you get those 2 motions, have a medium temperature in the room opposed to too cold or too hot.
That's right.
I see John has his fan there.
Well, I know. I got this. No, everybody's going to get one. This is the pilot fan.
Well, we had those way back.
Okay, are we?
30 years
Did
ago.
we read the item?
Because the air conditioning.
Oh
didn't
yeah,
work
she read
at
the
all.
item. We're just waiting. Sorry for our delay. Do we need to take a break, or are we? Okay. Okay. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Everybody's getting off the dais anyway. They're not ready, so we'll take a break. Right. Are we ready?
No styrofoam.
Are we ready? We're okay? No, not quite yet. Okay. We're going to bring everybody back to the dais. I know. I feel so bad for you. You have to be on the airplane all sick. Oh. Well, yeah, for sure. Hopefully it's not someone you know. Oh, my God. Oh. Are we ready? Okay, we're waiting for, let's see. Mayor, oh, no, let's see. Who's missing? Councilmember Guinness and Councilmember Mansour. Your mic is on. Your mic is on. Okay. Okay, we're going to get started. Go ahead.
Alrighty. Thank you for your patience. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. As mentioned, this is an urban plan screening of Campout at 2948 and 2944 Randolph Avenue. The existing conditions for this site, this is a master plan, which its goal is to develop the project site's own land use matrix per the Sobeka urban plan, allowing for a boutique hotel and a retail use to be on the site. This master plan will also address a condition of approval for a previous CUP that was approved on the site in 2017, which will be discussed shortly. But again, overall actions is to allow for proposed changes that would facilitate the use of 6,013 square feet of industrial to boutique hotel and 2,400 square feet of industrial to retail. As shown on the slide, project site is located within the Sobeka urban plan area. The project site is on the east side of Randolph Avenue between Baker and Bristol Street. The project site is made up of 2 parcels, with 1 building on each parcel. From north to south, building 2948 Randolph Avenue is 6,800 square feet, and building 2944 Randolph Avenue is 6,180 square feet. It is an abutting other industrial uses, as well as the camp, which will be important in our discussion later. Other uses on Randolph Avenue include office spaces, paint store, automotive service uses, microbreweries, and event space. Both parcels are industrially zoned. They are abutting commercially zoned properties on the south and east, and industrial zone properties on the north and west. The master plan is a mixture of uses. These uses include modern coffee, a coffee shop that has pulled building permits for tenant improvements in July of 2018. This project is a permitted use in an industrial zone. Period correct, an industrial use with incidental retail, but the retail portion is growing, and so the master plan seeks to allow this space to become a retail use. Salty Bear, a microbrewery which was approved by CUP in 2017. This project approved the use in the outdoor activity space on the project site, both the outdoor patio space you see here, as well as the open space next to the outdoor patio space. The approval of the microbrewery conditioned a land use restriction which required 6,013 square feet to remain vacant until a parking plan was provided which showed how the site would meet its parking demand, or a master plan which proposed a solution which shows the site can function with the parking provided. This was because the site, with the existing uses, already required all of the parking on site. Therefore, to allow the applicant to move forward with the use at the time required the LUR to bridge the gap between the then and a future mix of uses that can successfully use the site. Let's go on to the project description. The proposed master plan includes all existing uses, the brewery with patio, the coffee shop, and the period correct, which includes modifying this space to a retail space. It's this site identified in a yellow boundary. And then, as discussed, the rest. The areas identified in gray were those required to remain vacant. This 6,013 square feet is what Lab Holdings is proposing to turn into a boutique hotel. This hotel would use the existing 8 tenant spaces in 2944 Randolph as a hotel rooms, and the 1,200 square feet tenant space in 2948 Randolph as a lobby and back of house for the boutique hotel. The site does have some conditions from the CUP which all add to the general layout of the site. This includes adding additional landscaping at the end of the drive aisle here, at the entrance of the vehicular access on site here, adding the common area landscaping behind 2948 Randolph Avenue, making the site ADA compliant and providing a parking space for Uber, Lyft, and other TNC services. Again, this is all conditioned as part of the previous CUP. Speaking to compatibility, this project is addressing the objectives of the Sobeka urban plan, therefore leveraging that urban plan. The specific objective that it accomplishes is including developing a full array of land use types and structures, including reuse of existing structures to create an active city life and enhance business vitality. Specifically, this project is leveraging the flexibility in the Sobeka urban plan, including additional permitted uses, and allowing the project to establish its own specific uses under the Sobeka urban plan. This would allow for a boutique hotel use to be placed on the site because the rest of the uses would either already be permitted with the underlying zoning and existing entitlements, as mentioned before, the coffee shop, the microbrewery, and period correct. As far as access and circulation goes, the project site has one vehicular egress and ingress onto the site. This comes from Randolph Avenue between the two existing buildings. As far as pedestrian access, the project site has 2 points of access for pedestrian circulation. One is from Randolph Avenue, which includes a separate pedestrian ramp onto the property as well as the vehicular driveway, and the other is a pedestrian linkage from the camp to the site. This was implemented during the proposed CUP for the microbrewery as well. Staff has reviewed code-required parking on this site, which would be 57 parking spaces, or if staff used the codified shared parking worksheet, it would drop to 52 parking spaces. Regardless, both exceed the amount of spaces available on the site and therefore will require a parking study. It will evaluate the proposed mixture of uses and identify the actual parking demand for this particular site. The parking study may find that the particular uses have sufficient parking on site, and if the parking study states that the mixture of uses exceeds the number of spaces on site, then parking management solutions would be evaluated by the parking consultant as well. The existing site has 38 parking spaces, and one parking space identified for rideshare on site is part of that 38. Also, the previous CUP required the site to provide 2 bike racks as well. An important note is that a hotel use within the project would generate the lowest parking demand on site by code. For example, if the entire vacant spaces was used for industrial tenants, the parking required would be 18 instead of 16, which is what the hotel use would require, and may drop more once the parking study evaluates this use, since this is not your typical hotel use. Outdoor space. With the modifications on the site, the CUP that was granted in 2007, the project site fulfills all landscaping and open space requirements. Some landscaping or potted plants may be proposed as part of the boutique hotel in front of each of the rooms, but this is not part of the code-required landscaping on site. As far as design goes, they're looking for a modern look, a modern look that kind of creates a matchup between industrial and the camp feel. Here are the proposed interior elevations of the 2 buildings. Again, this is the interior look. If you're standing in the middle of the parking lot, what you'd see at 2944 on top and 2948 on the bottom. The proposed modifications to the front elevation have already been completed because those 2 tenants already exist on site, and they are shown here. Staff's recommendation for City Council to approve the feedback, Staff's recommendation is for Council to provide feedback to the applicant, including whether the applicant should continue with the concept, comments or concerns you might have, and additional information you want Planning Commission to have to evaluate the project. No motion is necessary on this project. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. The agent for the application is also here, and he has a presentation for you as well, if we can get it up for you.
Okay, did we have a presentation from the agent?
Hello, thank you, Council. My name's Chris Bennett. I work with Lab Holding and have been involved in all of the Sobeka projects. We, as staff had mentioned, we moved forward with rehab of these 2 buildings about a year ago and have a great brewery that's about ready to open, a retail shop, which has already been there, and then the small cafe, which is probably going to open maybe by this summer. The project that we're coming to you right now, we've been calling it a home-tel. Can I control here, or do I just need to? Okay. We've been calling it a hotel, and we only have 8 rooms, and the idea here is to basically create an urban lodge. The big idea from circulation standpoint has always been to connect the camp and lab through the neighborhood. As was mentioned, there's a pedestrian connection that ends at the end of our walkway at the camp and connects directly to this project. We kind of see the Camp Out Hotel as utilizing the camp and the services and amenities there as part of the service. So breakfast can come from the camp. You can work out at the gym. All those things you would actually get at a resort hotel, you can have from the camp with this really small boutique experience. Go to the next. We already talked through kind of the layout. Go to the next. The interior here, this is kind of the look of these rooms. We're kind of going for a camp lodge type of feel. So these will be really clean, kind of modern, cabin-looking kind of interiors. We'll go to the next. And then next to the brewery, which is getting ready to open, we're actually going to have a lodge kind of lobby. And that'll be for some of our back of house. We'll need service, washers, dryers, and other things to service the hotel. But this is going to be the look of that lobby that'll be right next to the brewery. Go to the next. We already walked through the elevations. And then a big kind of piece of this project for us is kind of the back garden, which is already built out and will open with the brewery. Part of that is dedicated actually for a beer garden, but we also have common areas. We're going to do a fire pit and have some of these other kind of camp type of installations and art pieces here. Go to the next. The front elevation, and we go to the next. And that's kind of the end of my presentation. We're excited for kind of this use because we've always had the vision of this district being a mixed-use arts district. And we have a great kind of core of shops and restaurateurs here that are doing really well. In the past 5 years, we've had amazing offices. We've had fashion designers, graphic designers, a lot of creatives kind of moving into the neighborhood to work. We're really looking now to the next piece of how do we bring residents and even hospitality into the neighborhood. We think it's going to round out kind of the experience, and tying this into the camp is exciting for us. So we appreciate the opportunity to present to you and hopefully move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council, any questions? Councilmember Marr? For staff or the applicant?
Yes. So I guess my first question is about the parking associated with the hotel lobby. So 12 parking spaces for 1,200 square feet. I'm assuming this just comes out of our standard. Go ahead.
Yes. So for our hotels, obviously, when we use the hotel ratio, it's looking at or reviewing typical hotels that we've seen in the city, the Hilton, so forth. And so the ratio is used. It's actually 0.5 per room, and then it's 10 spaces per 1,000 square feet for like conference lobby space. Obviously, this concept doesn't kind of align with the vision of that parking ratio. That's one of the reasons why we're going to be proceeding with the parking study.
Okay. So one of the options that's given in question number 2 relates to the role of rideshare overall. And so there was some mention in the presentation about the existing CUP calling for a parking spot for rideshare. But can you elaborate on kind of other ways in which we might encourage the applicant to make rideshare a part of solving the parking problem?
Absolutely. So as mentioned, there's an existing designated space where they'll be set aside for rideshare uses and other TNCs, DoorDash, things like that, to be able to use that space. As far as other ways of integrating with rideshare services, these can be something as straightforward as providing vouchers or kind of coupons, if you will, to potential patrons of the site or employees, all the way up to coordinating, having the applicant coordinate closely with Uber and Lyft to work with them and have a closer relationship to increase that collaboration to be something that either offsets the peak hours.
Okay. I've got a bunch of comments, but I'll save them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mansour, any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Bennett, there's no doubt, I just want to say there's no doubt in my mind it's going to be a beautiful project. Everything you and Mr. Sadiga do is beautiful.
Thank you.
And I know, I don't know how you guys are going to do it with the parking and the study, but I guess, so I look forward to seeing the results of it. I wish you the best of success with the parking. I know that's an uphill battle, but however you're going to do it, I hope you can make it work.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness, any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions for staff and also questions for staff and questions for Mr. Bennett. In the staff report, there's a reference to the open space, but we don't actually have the data. It just says that the open space was reviewed and approved with PA 17-23. Is it at the 10%? It just says no change. What percent open space did PA 17-23 provide? How many square feet?
So when the project was initially brought forward for the CUP for the microbrewery, that entire back area, that common open space landscaped area, was a asphalt location for storage for the previous tenant. There was minimal landscaping along the common aisle, and then that additional strip of landscaping that is at the end of the aisle wasn't there either. All those were conditions to add either parts of the vision of the applicant or additional conditions by our team. I don't have the exact percentage, but it did surpass the required amount of landscaping that would be required for this industrial site.
So it's more than 10%. Okay, it would have been helpful to have a number, so if this comes back to us, could we get one?
Yes.
The other thing is, I'm looking at page 17 of the staff report and page 19 of the staff report. And we see, are the green areas intended to be what was counted for landscaping? Because 17 and 19 are not entirely consistent, particularly with regards to the area on the lower left-hand side.
For the open space area, I would direct you to use the more recent site plan, which is 17.
Okay, so 19 is what then?
That was the previous submittal for the original master plan when it was first submitted. The 17 is the revised version that gets the updated layout and the landscaping modifications post the CUP approval.
So, so as far as on the one on page 19, it's pretty easy to tell what area is proposed to be seating for the brewery, because you see it's like a little double line with looks like a wall. Mm-hmm. So now, would the brewery seating area be the curved line then?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and will that be a fixed barrier, or will
Yeah.
it be bollards and?
It's a decorative wrought iron fence. It's already installed.
Oh, okay. So it's not something that could easily be moved around?
No, it's
Okay.
in concrete.
And you're taking the square footage for that into consideration for the parking?
Correct. That's the area cannot exceed 500 square feet. That was what was approved for at the time of the CUP, and was accounted for in parking.
Okay. And does that 500 square feet include the little green blob in the middle?
It does not.
It doesn't, the green blob doesn't count towards?
That's a landscape area. It's not a seating area.
Would that be typically how we would handle that?
So when the CUP was approved, the space that was identified as patio space was 500 square feet. There was a general space that was designated as that 500 square feet. There has since been alterations, but as long as they don't exceed 500 square feet of seating area, this project should be fine, and I believe there's a tree in the middle of that green section.
Oh, okay, so it's not something that will just, it's not a few flower pots that you could just move around?
Right. Upon final inspection, staff will make sure that all landscaping space is landscaping space, not programized space.
And is the applicant amenable to considering changes in the operational characteristics of some of the on-site businesses? Because in the description of the uses, I'm trying to find the page. Oh, here we are. It would be pages handwritten 11 and 12. Brewery. The
The manufacturing is typically in mornings and afternoon with tasting room traffic peaking after 5 p.m. into the evening. Retail typically sees customers around midweek, at lunch, and all day on weekends. Okay. Coffee peaks in the early a.m., mid-afternoon, and once again evenings. And it seems like everybody's going to be peaking in the evening, including people coming back to their hotel rooms. So I think if we had staggered uses, I would be less concerned about the parking. But the evening peak would be a huge concern for me.
That's a great comment. And as part of the parking study, the parking study will evaluate the ideal conditions for the applicant, but then come back if it exceeds parking demand on the site, they'll come back with options for us to consider. One of those will be offset hours, more than likely. Ensuring that different uses will have different peak times or will exclusively be allowed to operate at certain times. And then the applicant will kind of see which choice, we'll be working with the applicant, kind of understand which satisfactory option for the city works for them as well.
Okay, and what is the estimated time frame? I know after we do the urban screening, then it goes through some more review, and then the planning commission looks at it, and assuming there's no problems, then that's it, but sometimes it gets called up to us. When would this be going to the planning commission, do you anticipate?
Since there's no additional environmental, because there's no construction on the site or modifications to the kind of the ground, if it were, we anticipate it all really depends on when the applicant decides to submit the master plan, but once they submit the application, we're looking at approximately 4 to 6 weeks.
Well, I'm just wondering if it would be...
I thought I was going with 4 months, and I was like, okay.
Basically, my thought was, depending on the time frame, it would be great to be able to do the traffic study when the coffee and the brewery were up and running, as opposed to going to be up and running, because you don't really know until you see them on the ground.
Correct. As mentioned, it'll be 4 to 6 months. And during that, the microbrewery is already seeking for a final inspection, so they're close to being ready to launch. And the tenant improvements already started last year for the modern coffee, so that we could ask the applicant as far as what a projected date is when they're going to open. But I know the microbrewery is very close.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds, any questions?
Yes. Okay, so I think the biggest challenges are parking. It's no secret there. I want to make sure I understand. So for the uses, the modern coffee, the retail space, and Salty Bear Brewery, with that patio, all of the parking that exists right now covers those uses. That's my understanding. So any additional use requires more parking.
If we use the code requirements as written for the parking ratios within the code, absolutely.
Right.
And yes.
Okay. And so there were two numbers. When you plug in the uses and plug in the code requirements, you get this 57 number, right? And then you mentioned a 52. Can you describe the difference between those two?
Sure. It was a shared parking worksheet was codified, and this worksheet, what it does is it allows us to evaluate uses and look and project out their peak estimated times, because different uses have different peak times. So retail would be very different potentially from hotel, potentially from microbrewery or the coffee shop. You could potentially see a peak time for a coffee shop being in the morning, where the microbrewery might be in the evening.
Okay, and is that sharing? So that's sharing of parking spaces within this boundary, right?
Correct.
Not in other locations? Okay, that makes sense. So with the proposed use here and our existing requirements, there's a deficit of, at best, 14 spaces and otherwise 19 spaces. Okay, so it'll take some creativity to figure out how to manage that, right? I want to make sure I understand that correctly.
Yes, and again, it goes back to if for the parking study comes back that there is that the offset hours and the unique characteristics of the uses on the site don't require more than 38 spaces. There's other parking management solutions that might be possible that they could investigate. This would be coordinating with ride share services. Mm-hmm. This could be valet. This could be off-site parking. Mm-hmm. All of which may be an option as we continue to work with the applicant, they might consider.
Okay, and so my understanding there's sort of three things happening that could contribute to solutions for this. One is the parking study that's specific to this project.
Yes.
The other is the Sebeka parking study that we've been working on, and that's expected to, when are we expected to kind of get information on that?
So
or
there's
recommendations for that?
Just for clarification, there's two items that were mentioned in the staff report. One was proposed modifications or design modifications to Randolph, which has been completed, but lacks at this time funding. The other one is the full-on comprehensive Sebeka parking study.
Right.
And the estimated delivery time for that, I would probably pass that to Barry.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds, we anticipate that to be completed with the draft and getting before decision makers later this summer.
Okay, so 6 months from now, that should happen before this comes back?
Somewhere in the same range.
Okay. I had a question. I think Councilmember Guinness addressed this a little bit. So my question was similar to the parking. So when you add these additional uses, there's an additional parking requirement. When you add these additional uses, is there an additional open space requirement? It might have been the same question. Have we met that?
So the open space requirement would continue with the underlying zoning, which is industrial on the site.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we look at open space requirements or landscaping requirements, they would actually be looking at, Sebeka directs you to look at the zoning code, the zoning district, and this is still an industrial zoned property. So it would still inherit the same code requirements for open space and for landscaping that would exist today.
Yeah, okay. Last question, so took a look at the site, the kind of as envisioned. I would stay at this boutique hotel. I've traveled quite a bit for work, and I'm always seeking out the interesting places. I would stay as long as there is that conduit into the camp, right? And I know one of the issues a while back, I watched some of those previous meetings, was kind of ensuring that that passageway stays. I know that's absolutely the intention. What is the status on kind of whether or not we were able to secure that path would always exist, right? The concern was that, is it possible that someday, I wouldn't stay at the hotel if there wasn't that pathway into the camp. Sorry.
Got it. So the existing conditions of approval for the CUP is where that would, where I would point to.
Okay.
And it required that the land use restriction have specific language that talked about the applicant working towards securing an easement between those two properties. But that's the extent to which that direction was given when it became before City Council last time, was to work towards maintaining that petition linkage.
Okay. I know it's an essential part of attracting people to a boutique hotel, if that's what it is. Actually, one last question that I thought of during your presentation. You showed these images, and I know they're just sort of visuals to give a sense. The visuals of the hotel rooms had a lot of daylight. The building is not going to have windows except for on the front, though, right? Because I think there's a building abutting the back.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
We are going to add skylights, though, to bring natural light into the space.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And if I can add something on the landscaping, we've taken every space that's not parking and turned it into landscaping. So we love it green, so we've kind of taken advantage of every little square inch that we can at this point.
Yeah, okay. Those are my questions.
Thanks. Councilmember Chavez, any questions?
Yes, I kind of feel like we're hitting the same point over and over again, which is the parking. I will give a personal anecdote, seeing as every time I've gone to the camp or the lab, I have not found adequate parking. So for me, as a young person, I think it's a very important thing to address. But I also want to be conscious of the vision we're trying to build in Sebeka, because I understand it's a unique part of our town and our city. It has a unique air to it. So I know we hit on a few of the alternatives for parking. Do you mind going a bit further and saying, like, what are some things you guys see that could work apart from the different, store times?
Yeah, so there's only so much you can do when it comes to parking because the car has to go somewhere. So either it's parked on site and you deal with the demand of everybody operating, or you offset the hours of the different uses. So this would be limiting the coffee shop not to be open the same time as the microbrewery, or at least offsetting their peak times. This would be one option. Another option would then trying to find efficiencies in the parking layout. I'm not a parking consultant, but looking at their site, I don't see there being untapped efficiencies on their parking layout. So the other options would be management of the site. So how do you leverage the spaces as efficiently as possible? And those could be things like finding a tighter way to park vehicles through a valet system. But then that comes with its own additional kind of concerns about where do you station valet, how do they circulate through the site and get on and off. And then there's other uses, like there's the option of off-site parking and shuttling people is kind of an option that could be explored. But again, it all goes back to how do you manage the site. And then tapping into potentials of getting people out of their cars, which is the rideshare option, of allowing people the opportunity to get there without bringing their car with them. That's why we kind of foresee this a little bit when we did the CUP and encouraged that drop-off zone on site. And also we're excited about the design and layout for Randolph Street because it has that built into it as well, where there will be designated drop-off areas.
Okay. And then I guess same question to you. Like, what do you see some alternatives if parking isn't enough in this facility?
So we've been thinking about that, and I think two things in addition to what Daniel mentioned. We've been looking at like employees parking off-site. If we can dedicate spaces on some of our other property that's not utilized for another requirement, I think that's an easy one for us to do. And then also we expect a lot of our customers to actually be business travelers, and so our thought is to be able to market to them and give them vouchers. So if they're flying into John Wayne Airport, they can come over here, without having to have a car. And I think that will happen a decent amount. We kind of see the surf companies and all the kind of creative industries that are here in Costa Mesa. There's a lot of business travel that comes here, even internationally. We think we're going to be a great kind of like unique boutique operation for them. If they can come from John Wayne to us and then down to Costa Mesa, west side to the offices, I think they won't even need a car.
If I may, there's one interesting component to the hotel option, which is interesting, is similar to event centers. They are in a unique kind of capability of potentially knowing who their patrons might be, because people typically book rooms in advance. This is providing an additional potential flexibility in the parking evaluation for this type of use, where the microbrewery or the coffee shop's just happy for anybody to come in. That's their business. A hotel might have some foreknowledge about who might be coming and attending and staying at the site.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, any questions?
Yes, thank you. So this might be for Mr. Setharaman or Mr. Curtis. So the Randolph restriping plan that you addressed with Councilmember Reynolds, that is anticipated to get how many additional spaces on Randolph?
Mayor Pro Tem, that parking plan could get up to 70 more parking spaces.
70 more? 70? Okay, so then the next question is for Mr. Inlos. So when doing a parking plan, when we're increasing the public parking spaces that are so close to the project, are those public parking places considered in determining the adequacy of the parking on the project?
Short answer is no. Our parking requirements for any given project, this one or any other, is to evaluate off-street parking, or on-site parking, as it were, to make sure that they can supply the necessary parking for the uses that they're proposing.
Okay. Now I'm going to go back to the other two gentlemen. What's the anticipated cost of the restriping project on Randolph?
We're still finalizing the design on that project, and it could be between $200,000 to $250,000.
Okay. Now I'm going to go back to including design, she asks.
The design we might be doing it with our own funds right now.
Okay, what do you think all in is the ballpark estimate?
It would be another $25,000 for
Okay, now I'm going to go back to Mr. Inloves. You said generally, I think, that you do not consider the public parking when considering the project requirements on a private project. If the project owner was willing to contribute to the cost of the public restriping, would the city, as a matter of law, have some flexibility in counting those spaces?
Mayor Pro Tem, first, what I would add is that the overall parking analysis we're doing, the parking study we're doing for Sobeka, one of the things we may be looking at that is the ability to increase the parking supply in that area and potentially some type of program where property owners and businesses can participate in that through a fee or otherwise participate. That would be normally how we would get folks to contribute money towards public parking, increases in public parking. The city could consider fees paid towards improving the parking supply, public parking supply, towards this project as well, though.
Now, Mr. Bennett, is that something that your company would be open to, is
Yes.
helping to participate in the cost of the restriping if you got some relief in terms of your parking requirement?
Yes.
Okay. So then my next question is this. The bikeways, walkability, and now Councilmember Reynolds and I have added scootability committee has been working on a project for both bike share and scooters in our town. And it's always occurred to me that the Sobeka area might be a good place for a pilot project. Does anybody have an update on where we are at with that project and whether it may coincide to impact the parking requirement on the camp-out project?
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, at tomorrow's Bike and Walkability Committee meeting, there's actually a discussion on scooter share and the active transportation share program. It's the initial step in that direction. The committee, I know there is a subcommittee that has been meeting on it, but this is the first time they're going to be presenting to the full committee. Staff also has been researching other cities that have started pilot programs to get their feedback. So we'll be reviewing that the next, I would say, 1 or 2 meetings, and then bring back to council on our findings.
Okay, so in terms of this kind of time frame that we've established, where we're looking at 4 to 6 months to get it after the application, and then the issue with the timing on the striping, it seems like right in that it would all coincide with some type of decision making on scootability and shared biking. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, good.
One thing, Mayor Pro Tem. To the second part of your question, I think it's too early to determine the actual amount of parking reduction that might be attributable to scooters. So while we may have a program in place, I do not think it would apply toward a direct reduction of parking requirements for this site.
Okay, good to know. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay.
Super cool project, by the way, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you.
Really cool.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you have other questions? Yeah, after we hear from the public. Okay, the only question I have is, did anybody turn off the air? Because it is freezing in here.
I will repeat, I said keep it minimum temperature, not too hot, not too cold.
Turn it off, it's so cold. Oh my goodness, it's freezing. Okay, I'm gonna open this, unless you have anything else, I'm gonna open it up for public comment. If you'd like to speak to this item, please come to the podium. See, Ms. Leffler has her parka on even.
It's like a down alternative.
So cold.
My nose is still cold. Okay, I have 3 concerns concerning this project, and they are parking, parking, and parking. There isn't any parking being added, and so I'm really curious as to what's, is magic going to be involved here? Denial? I'm just asking. I think this is probably a very important thing.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Council Jay Humphrey. You've all acknowledged it's a parking issue, and we all know that. I'm a precedence kind of guy, and once you find a way to avoid the parking on site, you find a way in the future, because some guy comes back and says, well, you did it for him, you can do it for me. And that's a problem that exists no matter what you do, and I'm very concerned about that. concerned that we're 14 parking places off. The city is talking about, well, let's restripe and then let them pay for part of it, and we'll give them part of those parking places to ease that burden. Well, why don't we just take and restripe it and put parking meters in every place to park on the street in Sobeka? And so when the people who have parking on site do it for free and they run out, which they do every night just about, then in fact those folks that are going to park on the street park and pay the city money for it. I got no problem with that. I think it's a perfectly reasonable idea. We don't have enough parking meter parking anyway. If you look at Newport Beach, almost every other community around us, they use a lot of parking meters. And while I get aggravated about them, but they're awful easy now, up in Portland, you just stick your credit card in and pull it out, and it tells you what you're going to do. So it's wonderful. Oh, and by the way, on your idea in the scooters, which I think is a wonderful idea, Portland has that project up in Portland. And at the Exploratorium, they built the Exploratorium before they had scooters, so they never had any parking for scooters. So all the scooters are left on the sidewalks all over the Exploratorium. Wherever you go, you run into scooters on the sidewalks. So it's a problem that they're trying to address, obviously, by getting the scooter guys to pick them back up and everything properly. But it's the nature of the beast. So just as a place to just keep in mind about it, it's a great idea, but there are problems we need to look at and be conscious of. So as far as the parking is concerned, you know, I love the project. I think it's a great idea. Unfortunately, it's got some problems that you guys need to fix by holding responsible choices to their parking constraints and not putting the city in a position 5 years from now they get to do that over and over and over again. And the parking problem becomes even worse in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close public comment. And at this time, we're not going to make a motion. It's just council is a general plan screening. So council members will just give comments to the applicant about anything you haven't commented on already. And we'll start with Councilmember Marr.
Okay, so when you find yourself sick on a Saturday and all of your fellow council members are hanging out with your new congressman, you read the municipal code. So under establishments with live entertainment, and mind you, that's the only part of the municipal code, or the only parking standard that talks about establishments with live entertainment. The examples they give are go-go dancers, topless dancers, and bikini dancers. Because apparently in 1997, when this was first put together, those are the only 3 examples of live entertainment we could come up with in the city. I'm not kidding. Okay, so then we talk about hotels, 1 space for each 2 rentable units, plus 10 spaces per 1,000 square feet for the first 3,000 square feet, 20 spaces per 1,000 square feet for each additional 1,000 square feet above the first 3,000 square feet for restaurant, banquet, meeting room, and kitchen spaces. Well, in something that's like, you know, half of the square footage of my not so big condo, I'm pretty sure that we don't need 12 parking spaces because there's no restaurant, banquet, meeting room, or kitchen spaces. I mean, I could go on about this for a while. Apparently spas and skating rinks, where's Lori Dauncey when you're near? Spas and skating rinks also fall in the same category. I think my new rant is gonna be about how amazing some of our parking standards are. I would like to ask council, and this is kind of my opportunity to, is that we need to have parking standards that reflect the economic development that we want to see in this city. We need to have parking standards that reflect the fact that it's 2019 and we have Uber, we're encouraging rideshare. We shouldn't be encouraging people to drive to breweries anyway, to be fairly honest. We're implementing, you know, shared bikes and shared scooters, and I think it's time to take a really healthy look at this document and revise it for future developments.
Right. That's why we, at our retreat, designated you as one of the committee members for the parking study. So
Good.
There you go. You're already off to a good start.
Well, if I could get the support of 3 other council members, though, I would like to ask staff to at
Well,
least...
it's not agenda. I mean, we have to put that on an agenda. So I hear you, and we'll add it to an agenda.
Well, then I will ask for this to be agendized then.
I don't think we have to agendize it, though, just so you know. We already discussed that at the retreat, that you guys were going to be the committee to work on that. So you don't have to agendize it. You just have to get to work with staff on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
from my initial conversations with staff, this is going to take a while and be expensive. So before I ask folks to spend more than 4 hours of time, I just want to make sure the council is backing me. So it sounds like they are.
Well, yeah, I think it was my impression we decided that at the council retreat.
It's a high priority. We have a committee that we're working on dates, so we're working on this.
Well, good. I will stop ranting about that.
Okay, so back to the general plan screening. Did you have any comments?
Yes, I did, actually. So speaking of Portland, last time I was in Portland, I stayed in a hotel that was a converted gas station. I love the idea that we're thinking creatively about boutique hotels and micro hotels and pod hotels. I think that's super cool. We've talked about tourism in the city for a long time, and so in furtherance of that goal, I'm excited. I do want us to think really big as it relates to parking in particular, but just in general, if we're going to start talking more about using Uber as a way to alleviate some of the parking, then we should also be talking about trips generated and how we're calculating trips generated. I think Councilmember Guinness can rant about that for a little while too, if she'd like. But anyway, I'm super excited about this. I think it's really cool, but I think we need to update our standards in 2019 so that we can make things like this happen easier. Thank you.
Okay, any comments about the project, though? Anything else you want to, other than the parking? Okay, good. Okay, Councilmember Mansour.
Excuse me. So I'll just reiterate, I think it has a potential to be a great project. I agree with Ms. Leffler and others that commented that parking is a major issue. This being just simply a general plan screening request, all that's going to come out in the parking study. And I don't know how it's going to be done. It's maybe a combination of things. I think parking meters are a viable option. I don't think we should just give away parking spaces. I don't know that we even legally can. It would be great if businesses could help us pay for some of the striping, or would just recoup some of our money through, as was mentioned, meters. But these things cost money. Repairing the streets costs money. Restriping costs money. Buying homeless shelters costs money. I mean, we're spending an awful lot of money, so we need to recoup some of that. I want to see this project be successful and sufficiently parked. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness, any comments for the applicant?
I have comments for the applicant and comments in general. Number one, anybody who's been to more than like 20 minutes of a council meeting occasionally has heard person after person after person get up and complain about parking. People want permit-only parking in their neighborhoods because the apartments overflow, because the commercial overflows. People across the street on Baker, on the, what would that be? The north side of Baker, complain about overflow from the lab and the camp. People who live near the little center at Paularino and Bristol with all the food uses complain about overflow parking. People who live on Cabrillo complain about overflow parking from 17th Street. People who live pretty much anywhere within a couple blocks of 17th Street or a couple blocks of Newport complain about overflow parking from the uses there. And I'm just like totally astounded that anyone would think that we have parking requirements that are too high. And I know some of these problems are from non-conforming uses, but for the most part, they're from new food uses that have gone in where we had typical retail, and they just sort of evolved. Or they had a parking study that said there's never gonna be a problem, trust us. And we all know how that works, and they'll love us in the morning too. The thing is, the parking is an issue. The reason that we are proposing parking on Randolph is because of the dearth of parking in the area, that we've gotten so many complaints about not enough parking. This business squabbles with that business because they're using their parking lot when they're without permission. The residences complain about the businesses complain about the overflow from the apartments. This is not parking to provide for new uses. This is parking to provide for an existing deficiency. So to start trying to use that as an excuse to intensify other uses, why should we even bother? Because what we're doing, we're not going to fix the problem when we're only going to exacerbate it. Possibly in the future, things will evolve to a point where we won't need as much parking. I don't see it happening in Costa Mesa for a long time because we don't have a well-developed light rail. We don't have a well-developed bus system. We have a bus system, but there aren't a lot of alternatives. And I think the scooter option and the bike option and all the dockless stuff, it's a cool option. But if you read the LA Times, you know that it's a huge problem with the scooters building up people. You've got business owners who are so sick of it, they're throwing them in their dumpsters. There are people throwing the things off the Santa Monica Pier. They're so sick of them cluttering the sidewalk. Same thing with the dockless bikes. Unless it's well-regulated, there's some cities that have banned them, some cities that had them and then banned them because of all the complaints. Unless it's well-regulated and well thought out, it can be a huge disaster. And you need to provide places to have the scooters, to have the bicycles. You can't, it's not going to be, the parking's floating in the sky, the place for the dockless bikes and the scooters floating in the sky. No. And we can't keep building stuff if there's no parking. This, I think it's a nice project, but there's got to be something that gives. So unless there's a proposal unless there's some willingness of, say, the brewery and the coffee place to stagger their hours, or even say it might even be as simple as not using the patio at certain times a day, or somehow limiting the use of some of these, the available space, public space for some of these uses. It might be doable. And then the thing is, maybe 15, 20 years down the road, or maybe even just 10 years down the road, when nobody's got a car anymore, and we're all coming along on our self-perpetuating drones, we won't need the parking spaces and everything will be fine. And then they can use all the space. They won't need to stagger their hours anymore. But I think it would be criminal to use tax dollars to provide extra parking and then to fix an existing problem and then throw the solution out the window before we've even got it implemented. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, I think that parking's going to be the solution we need. There are a lot of things I really like about this project. The reuse of the building, I think, is a wonderful concept. Of course, the design is beautiful. Like the integration with the camp. I like that the trees going in are planned to be oak trees. There's a lot really nice. I like that the idea is that this coffee shop will be open late. That's something that I don't think we have enough of. I think everything you've heard already is kind of consistent with what I'm thinking as well. We need to have a compelling parking solution. It's something that we're experiencing all over the city. Not just a parking solution for this space, but also and maybe this is for staff actually, I've been talking to you about some other areas where businesses are suffering from kind of the impacts of other businesses. So I'll want to see that we have a way to sort of manage all of those impacts as well. Meters are possibly a solution. I know one of the challenges with meters is people are happy to or park a couple blocks away so they don't have to do the meters, and so it might just be pushing, parking out into more residential areas. So I don't know what it looks like yet. It sounds like quite a challenge, figuring out how to park this space. Whatever parking solution I think has to be compelling. I am a believer in how we move around the city will evolve kind of naturally because of technology, but I think we also have to develop the infrastructure for it. And I was really excited last year when the council at that time supported the active transportation plan. I think it's important to get that infrastructure in there. When I was in college, it was normal for me to walk a mile to a coffee shop to go do my homework, for example. So that's not, we don't need drones to get people out walking. We just need, better design of the streets, and a lot of those elements are I think, in our active transportation plan. I do believe that those can be compelling solutions. I think, I wish we were a few years ahead and kind of seeing that happening. I think we're starting to see it a little bit. A lot of people who I talk to now are kind of hungry for that kind of infrastructure. I like I've scooted around, and I think it's nice. I don't think that a pilot would be something that would offset. I'd be comfortable using a pilot program to offset parking requirements because we don't know how the pilot would play out. So I'm yeah, you know, it's going to take a lot of creativity to solve this. I think you guys are the people to do that, to be to figure out those creative solutions that we may not be able to think about here. And I'm curious to see what you find. I'm more open to, you know, out of vehicle mobility being part of that solution. But I do, of course, support. I think the comments we've heard from almost everyone here that. You know, sharing in the cost of that infrastructure, whatever those solutions are, would be something that I would expect from the applicant. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah, I think again, we're beating a dead horse here with the parking, but that's really what's going to be critical for me in looking at this project when we do take it up. I agree with Councilmember Allen and Guinness that this is going to be a big issue that we have to really address. I'm all for being creative. I don't mind alternatives to the parking solution. I think I'm pretty flexible in that reason, as long as I have a concrete understanding and faith that it's a very viable option to use other methods apart from on-site parking. I am okay with that. In terms of the project, I think it's a really good use of the space. You know, Sobeka was kind of designed to be this unique, cool hipster spot, as I say. And it really has thrived in that array. It brings a lot of business that wouldn't come otherwise due to the aesthetic of the location. It attracts a unique kind of clientele base that does stay around longer and, you know, have a coffee, go down to the next shop, get some vegan tacos, and etc. And in terms of options, I think everything's on the table. I mean, the only thing I would really say is I prefer not have permit parking, because I'll tell you one thing right now, when I see it as a young person, I don't ever either go to the place with permit parking, because I'm not paying to go somewhere, or two, I walk there from another location. So I really do believe we'll be shifting the problem elsewhere, potentially solving it with that option. But that's what I'll offer. It's a great idea, great concept. It's in the right location, in my opinion. I just hope it works out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
So I think we can draw from experience of a prior application that was made by at the lab, and that's the Bootleggers Brewery. So I was at the Bootleggers Brewery on Saturday, and I was there with Commissioners D'Ericle and Harlan, and we were by a wide margin the oldest people at the Bootleggers. We're not that old. Byron just turned 60, and he's the oldest of the three of us. But the people at the Bootleggers were a different demographic. They were what you might call the millennial demographic. They were in their 20s or early 30s, kind of single, you know, way hipper.
How do you know?
Way hipper. No, we were actually talking to them. And because we were interested in what they had to say. They didn't really want to talk to us, but we were interested in things like parking and planning and what they want and things of that nature. And so why do I bring up this very personal and embarrassing story? And it's not to throw either D'Ericle or Harlan under the bus, but to tell you that there's a little, and we debated this round and round and round and round and round about parking at the Bootleggers with the prior body that we were on. And when I went in there, at the Bootleggers, they have, I think, 4 parking spaces, if I'm not mistaken. It might be 5. And then they have 2, 3, or 4. And the Bootleggers was packed with people. Every place you could sit was taken. And the first time I went there, there were 3 parking spaces out of the 9 that were available. And so then I left, and I forgot something, and I came back, and when I came back, there were 5 spaces available. So what did that teach me? It taught me that the folks there at the Bootleggers that were with us, they got there some way other than driving. And so I do think we need to be kind of I do agree with Councilmember Marr. It's a different world. It's a different world. 2019, and the new folks that are coming up, they live differently. They move around the city differently. They want to move around the city differently. And if we don't adapt to that, we will lose them. We will lose them to cities where people are addressing their concerns. If we don't deal with scooters and bikes and Ubers and different creative ways to move people around the city and park our people, we will lose the next generation. So I think we really need to get real about this. I mean, and the anachronistic, and I'm not even sure it's anachronistic because it's so ridiculous, reference to go-go dancers, topless dancers,
bizarre.
and bikini dancers for live entertainment, I think just illustrates how long it's been since we've looked at these standards. Because to my recollection, I've been here for 30 years, and I'm quite certain that I know about it, because I'm not aware that there's ever been go-go dancers, topless dancers, bikini dancers in Costa Mesa. The only thing I would say, though, live entertainment, the one thing we don't have in Costa Mesa that I've always thought we could use is a comedy club. And anyway, just a thought, as long as I've got
right
your
here.
attention.
Oh my gosh, it's getting late. Okay.
Anyway, so I think you do need to be creative. You need to be creative. But the last thing I'll say is you need to be creative. We need to be creative. We need to be real. And we need to realize one thing about this area. We're in it together. We own the streets. You own the land. I mean, it's not rocket science. This is all a public-private partnership. And it's a public-private partnership to achieve our number one top goal of our priorities, which is economic development, fiscal responsibility, driving our tax base, and making this an economically viable community. So this is what we're all in it together. Let's work together and let's get this done. It's a good project.
Thank you. I mean, I agree. Look, we have to decide, do we want to have a vision of our city as a city that has a bunch of parking lots that are huge, expansive cement spaces like you see at, malls, or do we want to have a lot of places where people can gather and socialize and build community? And so I would personally rather have places where we can gather and socialize and build community. I think the parking, it's going to work itself out. I know we're going to do a parking study, so that's good. I happen to go to these venues every week, sometimes twice a week. So I'm always surprised when people come to the podium who say that they don't ever go and they haven't been in 3 or 4 years because they can't find parking. Because I go regularly to the camp, the lab. I was at the camp last night because the Old Vine Cafe, this morning, the Old Vine Cafe opened, and they've just moved from the little spot to the bigger spot that was once Echo. And I went, it was their opening day yesterday in the new space. I didn't have any problem finding parking. It was, easy. Every time I go, if I don't want to, drive around the parking lot, I use valet. I say this every single time we speak about a project in that area in Sobeka. So I think that the people who frequent these venues often either choose to Uber, which I often do as well, for the same reasons that Councilmember Marr indicated. No one should be drinking and driving. If you're going to bootleggers, you should Uber. I also think that many people in that adjacent neighborhood, they walk over. There's a lot of people who walk over, and they enjoy the restaurants and the retail because they walk. So I think this project is another one of these creative concepts that's coming out of the Sadeghi family, and it's all part of the overall vision of the Sobeka plan that has really been driven by Mr. Bennett and the Sadeghis. And so I look forward to reviewing the plans coming forward. I want us to be supportive of these kinds of projects that help us to make Costa Mesa something different than just another Orange County suburban community. This puts us on the map as a space for creativity and ingenuity and community. And so that's why I'm excited to see it come forward. I'm sure you'll work with staff, and staff's going to do the parking study, and Councilmember Marr has lots of good ideas about parking. I'm sure that Councilmember Reynolds does as well. So I'm encouraging. I do think that it's as Mayor Pro Tem Stevens said, it's a public-private partnership, but also there's a lot of revenue being generated in that Sobeka area. So talk about tax dollars, it's being generated right there. So I hope that we can move this project forward, and I think it's neat. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor.
Okay. Well, we're only giving general plan screening comments. We're not going to vote on anything. Did you have another comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to make an additional point. I think it's consistent, but just to sort of share the way I'm looking at this. I said a compelling parking solution. I do think we need a compelling parking solution. I would be disappointed if the solution was coffee shop only open during the morning and retail only open during the day and brewery only open at night. So I'd rather us kind of err on figuring out some creative solutions so these places are open and become those gathering places. I just wanted to kind of compare those two solutions.
Yeah, there's like 2 places to go right now in the city.
My biggest concern is, we've already received complaints from people on the far side of Baker about overflow parking into their neighborhoods. I don't know which businesses are creating the problems, but we do know the people in the neighborhood are experiencing a problem. And while it's nice to have these hip places to go to for millennials and whatnot, but I think...
And 51-year-olds.
Yeah. Well, I think 51-year-old, I think we should, well, never mind. But anyway, I sometimes say heaven help us from hip, but anyway, because hip comes and goes.
Okay, we got to
But anyway, I'm
move on to the
digressing
next
here.
item.
But anyway, my biggest concern is the quality of life for our residents. The quality of life for our residents can include having nice amenities, nice coffee shops, nice gathering places. But if the quality of life for our neighborhood is that they never get to park in front of their own house, that there's people slamming the doors from coming out of the bar at 2 o'clock, then we're not doing right by our neighborhoods. Oh, and by the way, I don't remember we deciding to establish a parking committee unless, of course, we were referring to the royal we.
I don't know what that sarcastic comment was intended for, but we did discuss at our retreat a discussion about putting together a parking study. But we're not on that topic right now,
Yes.
and I'm sorry you felt that way.
Yeah, I
Wow.
do not believe that there wasn't even enough discussion to develop a consensus, let alone a vote.
City Attorney Barlow, can you please, do you agree or what? I don't know why this is even being brought up.
Right now, it's not on the agenda, and frankly, we talked about parking
Way too much. Absolutely. Okay, we're going to move on to the next item. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Okay, new business item number 3.
Thank you. Appointments to the Planning Commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, and Senior Commission. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight for your consideration are 3 appointments to the Parks and Recreation Commission and 3 appointments to the Planning Commission and possibly 4 appointments to the Senior Commission. However, staff recommends, along with input from the chair of the Senior Commission, to dissolve the Senior Commission. The Senior Commission was established in 2014 in response to the city assuming full operation of the Senior Center. The center is now thriving with a significant increase in membership and a comprehensive calendar of programs. Further, it is recommended to rename the Parks and Recreation Commission to the Parks and Community Services Commission and to expand the membership by 2 seats. The additional 2 members would be liaisons specific to the senior center and to arts and culture related initiatives and activities in the city. If the council chooses to rename and expand the commission, staff would bring back an ordinance, and after the ordinance becomes effective, a recruitment would be held for the 2 additional seats. For the current recruitment for 3 seats to the Parks and Recreation Commission, 10 applications were received from the following individuals: Julie Alione, Christina Bogner, Michelle Christensen, Derek DeCiso, Sarah Fahy, Karina Lavin, Daryl Neft, Lynn Redmond, Cassius Rutherford, and Kay Watson. For the Planning Commission, 13 applications were received for the 3 seats from Narcissa Boru, Kadarius Colbert, Boris Gressley, Jay Humphrey, Stephanie Love, Brian McCauley, Ramar McQueen, Daryl Neft, Blaze Padkowski, Yvonne Roden, Steve Shofro, Carla Navarro Woods, and Jonathan Zitch. Should council decide to not dissolve the senior commission, 4 seats are available and 6 applications were received from Karen Counter, Stephanie Love, Daryl Neft, Amelia Painter, Lee Ramos, and Michelle Talisman. This concludes the staff report. I'd be pleased to answer any questions. Also, we have Justin Martin, Parks and Community Services Director, is available to answer questions pertaining to the Senior and Parks and Rec Commissions.
Thank you. Councilmember Marr, any questions?
No questions.
Councilmember Mansour, any questions? Councilmember Guinness? Councilmember Chavez?
Yes, just to clarify for the audience, Justin, could you please explain why we chose to dissolve the senior commission?
Well, we haven't chose yet.
Oh, my bad. Or, sorry, my apologies. Are considering as an... yeah.
Sure. So the Senior Commission, as the City Clerk mentioned, was formed in 2014 when the city took back the Senior Center from nonprofit operation. Membership was low. Seniors were upset. So the commission became a tool that the city used along with staff to change the operation, set standards, set goals. And over the last 4 to 5 years has been very successful at doing that. The current 7-person commission oversees 1 facility, whereas the current 5-person Parks and Recreation Commission oversees 30 parks, recreation programs, separated into park districts. Staff believes that the time now is appropriate to reallocate, as the City Clerk mentioned. The Senior Commission also meets bi-monthly, so 6 times a year. We've actually canceled several meetings due to lack of action items on the agenda.
Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Reynolds, did you have any questions?
Nope.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Mr. Martin, regarding the senior center and the senior commission specifically, so if we do away with the senior commission, then what are some of the techniques or some of the things that the senior center would do to interact with the membership, so that if there are concerns of the membership, because I know that there's been a lot of improvement, but there's more improvement that can be had there, as I understand it, because I do hear some issues and some complaints. So how can we make sure that those issues and complaints are socialized by the people that have them and addressed effectively by the staff if we get rid of the commission?
Well, first and foremost, I think that adding a liaison would be something important. We want the senior voice to continue to be heard through the commission up to the council. So adding that as a person on the Parks and Recreation Commission would be important. That person, as the liaison, could be visiting the center regularly, similar to what some of the members do now, whether it's attending special events or coffee with a commissioner, something like that. We'd want that to continue for sure. The Senior Center does what's called the On Par Social, which is on programs, activities, and resources. They do that once or twice a year now. We would recommend that becomes at least quarterly, so that a more comprehensive review can come in. And also you'll be hearing, and I alluded to this at the past staff and city council retreat, was that the department's looking to implement some staffing changes during the mid-year. One of those changes will add an additional full-time staff person here at the senior center to be able to spend more time on site with the seniors.
One of the things that I think was implicit in the staff's recommendation is that the senior commission has not been an effective tool to address concerns by the membership because of some of the issues that you talked about. The meetings are too infrequent. The meetings are frequently, they're canceled, things like that. Is that fair enough?
I won't say that they're an ineffective group. They're a great group of people.
No, not the group. I mean, I'm not talking about the people. God bless the people.
I want to make that clear.
I'm saying, no. But I'm talking about the commission as a way to address concerns and issues at the senior center doesn't seem to have been that effective for tool.
Yeah, the members are going to staff already. There are multiple roundtables throughout the week here at the center where people aren't coming to the commission meetings to give complaints or ask for things and services. It's happening on a daily basis, really. So the effectiveness of the commission to need to do those things isn't really a necessity, I don't believe.
So it seems at best it's redundant, and at worst it's counterproductive because you spend a lot of time on it that's not very useful.
In many instances, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So can you share with us, as I understand it, there's an advisory committee here at the Senior Center. Can you explain the difference between the advisory committee and the Senior Commission?
Sure. So there are many informal groups here at the Senior Center who talk about a multitude of things. There had been what was called SAC, Senior Advisory Committee. They're not meeting regularly anymore either because the items in which they were regularly discussing were being solved. So we see that as a good thing. But there are many groups that meet throughout the week on, I believe it's Wednesdays. We're sending a Network for Homeless Solutions person to come and talk about homelessness because the roundtable on Wednesday is very concerned about that. So there are many informal groups who have the ear of staff and some of the long-term facility users who are just kind of natural leaders as members who have established relationships with staff as well. So we believe that through those communications, the qualms or the issues are kind of being solved far in advance of the Senior Commission.
Okay, so, I have a senior living in my house now, and she moved here from a senior living community where they had a lot of activities and engagement with seniors in the community at their senior center. And so she comes here a couple times a week. This is my mom I'm talking about. And so she's been very actively getting involved at the senior center. And so I guess my concern is that I don't know that some of those issues that you think are getting resolved are actually resolved. And so I feel like there isn't a space for maybe new members who aren't already established and haven't been here for 10 years to be able to communicate with people on site who are going to address their concerns. So this advisory committee, I think if we are to eliminate the Senior Commission, we should get this advisory committee back up and running in a more regular manner and not just depend on informal roundtables where people don't really have a structure to be able to express their ideas or concerns. So I'd like to understand, how did that advisory committee work previously versus how it's working now?
Maybe I can ask Ms. Aguilar to come up here. She's got a little bit more direct experience with that. What I can say is, from a programming perspective versus a policy perspective, which would generally be what the commission would be related to, we can implement those types of programs where we are creating regular gatherings for new members or members who want things to happen on a regular basis for meetings. We can certainly do that from a programming perspective as well, more so than a policy perspective like for the commission.
Good evening, City Council members. So we had a senior advisory committee that consisted of 5 members when the senior center began being operated by the city, and we met with them on a regular basis. They had monthly meetings, and they themselves opted to dissolve because a lot of their questions and concerns were being addressed on a regular basis, and they felt that at some point they had kind of met their goal of addressing several of the concerns. And so the staff have really developed a really great rapport with our members, and we encourage discussions like Mr. Martin mentioned earlier. We have, when we do receive concerns from our members, we make sure that we address those on a regular basis, and that we're going out of our way to solicit that feedback.
So I noticed there isn't a suggestion box. Did we do away with that for some reason?
We had one when the nonprofit was here, and we are in process of bringing it back.
We actually just bought the box for the open house meeting and used it there for the comment card, so it's coming back.
Okay. Because I'm just trying to figure out how, if we get rid of the senior commission, how, without having a suggestion box or having a formal structure for seniors to feel comfortable giving suggestions, how do they do that?
I think picking
and not
the right...
not every person, forget senior, not every person is going to feel comfortable just going up to the desk and making a complaint, for example.
Sure. I think picking the right liaison, if that's the route that the council wants to go, can be something that can be very useful. There are some really good senior commissioners who are currently or who are expiring from their term, and I think...
Okay.
Their term is ending. Excuse me.
Word choice.
There you go. Their commission term is ending.
All right.
Excuse me.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, it's getting late here. Let's go.
But I do think adding the right person as that liaison could be very useful as well.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to open this item up for public comment on that note. If you'd like to speak to this item, please come to the podium, and you'll have 3 minutes to address us.
I don't know how to follow any of this. I'm glad I have notes because this took a turn. Hi, I'm Charlene Aschendorf, and I support the reorganizing of the Parks and Recreation Commission to the Parks and Community Service Commission and the expansion to the 7-member with a liaison. And speaking as one who's been involved in the senior center for nearly 23 years, I know it's hard to believe. I've been a volunteer there. I've been a consultant when it was a nonprofit. I served on the former board of directors, 2 years now on the commission. I am involved in several activities on the board, and it's time for a change. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle said that it's a capital mistake to theorize when you don't have the data. We have the data. You've heard staff say membership is up. We have a caseworker whose numbers are up. We have a successful transportation program that we've implemented. Classes are filled. Trips are being taken. And there is a very responsive and consistent, dedicated staff. The needs are being met by the seniors, and their voices are being heard. I'll tell you in a couple of ways. First of all, we have a volunteer ambassador who greets every person, every guest who comes to the senior center. We have an active volunteer base and a travel club who also meets with staff regularly to hear how things are going on at the center. And the round table, contrary to what you may believe, I attend regularly, and they have about 20 people who attend every Wednesday, and they really discuss the health and well-being of their community. The Community Services Commission model is not new. I served on one for the city of Irvine, and I've worked with Mission Viejo and several of the other cities who have offered that kind of model. The other benefit of having a liaison to the commission is that The community, the California Parks and Recreation Society supports services and the aging population, and this would be just a perfect way for it to come. Whether, I don't speak for the commissioners, I speak for myself. Whatever you decide, I'm still going to be a senior citizen. I'm going to continue to serve that population and volunteer as often as I can. And you just have to be there. If you're there, you can just get involved and listen to the seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. If anyone else wishes to speak to this item, please come to the podium at this time.
Hi, my name is Gary Parkin. I am a senior commissioner, and I agree pretty much what you just said. The senior center has come a long way. If you look at, I've been a senior commissioner for 3 years now, and the longest one on the group. And if you look at Yvette and Justin, what they've done at the senior center with the people, if you look at the attendance on how many people come in and the functions that they have the PAR functions that's coming up real shortly. They have the Halloween party, and it's amazing. Sorry, I got a little cold. That you know, these people dress up for these Halloween parties that are just enormous. And then most of us commissioners, we become judges, and it's very interesting. It's fun. So I'd like to continue on if. Once you decide what you're going to do, dissolve it or not, or make it part of the Parks and Rec and make a liaison for Senior Center, I'd love to continue on and do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Robin Leffler, and I brought an artifact. Do any of you recognize this from a Parks and Recreation meeting? The whole recreation plan?
Yes, we've asked for it to come back. Hopefully it will.
So this took all the attention of the Parks and Recreation Commission for a while. And I think that adding seniors to it is going to be, it will distract from when all the minds of the Parks and Recreation Committee, all their mental powers need to be expended on bringing back a new recreation plan or whatever it is, because this took months. And are you telling me that it's not even finalized by council? Is that what you just said?
The prior council chose not to. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, so it never, all that work for nothing, but they worked hard, and they were required and being responsible to work that hard. So I would say that it might not be the best idea to dilute the Parks and Recreation Commission. Maybe a senior committee, maybe a liaison to the city council from this roundtable group that apparently still is active despite rumors to the contrary. So I don't know. I'm just thinking that we need a focused park and recreation group that is loyal and dedicated to that activity. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be our last speaker unless anyone else wants to speak. Okay.
Hi, my name's Derek DeSico. I'm one of the applicants for the, well, whether it'll be called the Park and Recreation Committee or the Parks and Community Service Commission. I'm looking forward to stepping into my role in civil service. So I'm excited at that possibility. I love what our city does at the little kid level on playgrounds. I think we have great playgrounds. Updating playgrounds like Lions Park, I think that's going to be huge, and reclaiming some of these spaces for small children is great. I love our recreation department. We have some great classes like beginning gymnastics classes, all kinds of classes that are really good quality classes at a very, very reasonable price. I think we do a great job of that, need to continue that. Our youth sports programs, I think, are great. That's another way to get people involved in the community, get family members out of their houses, away from their phones, electronics, and out into the community. Things like the movie nights that we do, concerts in the park, these are all great things and ways to draw people out and help them feel a sense of community. And the efforts you guys have made with the senior center and just seeing those numbers and the improvements that have been made, we need to make sure we don't lose that momentum, and we make sure that doesn't get lost and start degrading again. And we need to make sure we're electing people, if it is going to be the Parks and Community Service commission that are sensitive and empathetic to the needs of seniors as well, so that we don't, all this traction and momentum you've gained on the senior side, we don't lose that again. So I look forward to that. And I guess one thing I didn't know I was going to look forward to, but I will accept that, is I guess you learn a lot about trees and tree species and removal of trees and root systems of trees. So I guess I'll look forward to that too as part of this job. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. So, council, does anyone want to make a motion? I'm going to start. I'm going to start with the Planning Commission. And it's going to be a two-part motion. I'm going to move to direct staff to bring back an ordinance to expand the Planning Commission to 7 seats, giving each council member a Planning Commission appointment in their district, and the mayor an appointment at large.
Second.
Okay.
If I may make a comment, Madam Mayor?
Hold on 1 second. Okay. So the reason why I'm starting with this is because I think that what I've been hearing from the community is if we want to expand to 7, we should be sure that we have representation across all the districts, and council members who are representing a district should be able to appoint a planning commissioner for that district. Staff's going to have to work out in the ordinance how we move it forward, depending on how the vote turns out as to who gets appointed with the Planning Commission tonight. Well, I'll just leave it at that. Council member, or Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you have anything you wanted to add at this point?
No, I think it's a good idea. I think to have representation in all the districts is smart, and it's aligned with the measure that our citizens voted on with respect to the city council to get a representation on issues, including land use, from every voting district in the city.
Okay, Councilmember Marr, did you have any comments? Just as to this motion.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about it. I don't have any comments.
Okay, Councilmember Mansour. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Nothing. Okay, Councilmember Guinness, any comments?
Well, first I have a question for the city attorney. Since there's nothing about expanding the Planning Commission, I mean, there's no way anybody would know from reading either the agenda or the staff report that that was even under consideration. Is it appropriate for us to be talking about it, or is it okay just to be giving direction? And I just want to make sure before we talk about it anymore that it's not inappropriate.
No, you are talking about appointments to the Planning Commission and giving direction to staff. You wouldn't be actually acting on a change. This evening, you would be directing us to bring back an ordinance for consideration. And
okay.
That's acceptable.
Okay.
I did work with staff beforehand.
Okay. Because this is the first, I mean, we have the thing on the Park Commission, but there's nothing in here that would indicate that that was on the horizon. But in any case, this has come up as a matter of discussion in the past, and I have had pretty much the same response. And it seems to be basically matching the number of council members and the number of planning commissioners. And the problem I have with that is our commissions no longer seem to be citizen commission where you look for a balance of skill sets, you look for a balance of interests, you look for a balance of demographics, but it's all political plums and political stepping stone. First it's their team, then it's our team, then it's their team, then it's our team, as opposed to really trying to achieve a balance with the skill sets and the diversity that are best designed to serve the community. And I think this would exacerbate that. I like the idea of trying to have greater geographic distribution because that is something that I have even considered when there's two candidates who pretty much are equal in my eyes, but one area of town is heavily represented than the other one. Then I'll take the one from the area of town that's less well represented. But I would not support that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, any comments?
Sure, yeah. I thought about this a bit before any conversations about it because there was a proposal here to expand Parks and Rec to 7 seats, and so of course I thought, well, what would that look like for planning too? I had the chance to discuss it a little bit with Mayor Pro Tem John Stevens today, and I've been thinking about it. I really don't see an argument against it, right? There was a push. I forget the exact numbers, but Measure EE passed pretty resoundingly, and that was, I think, a cry for district representation. As a member of the West Side, I was part of that cry. I think the concerns that you have, Mayor Guinness, I think that would happen. Councilmember Guinness, would happen with 5 or with 7, right? It's the attitude of the people making those appointments that is going to drive whether there's that kind of approach. I want to see a functioning council with a variety of skill sets, but I do think that there's a lot of value. In a number of conversations, it comes up, that there's the different pockets of Costa Mesa have very different characters, right? The east side is very different than the west side, very different than the South Coast Plaza District, very different than Mesa Verde. I think that kind of diversity of where people live would add a lot of value into our planning commission. So I'm leaning in favor of this approach. I like it.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Yes, so this question is to Kim Barlow first. So if we go through with this motion, it would be, we would appoint next council meeting, correct?
No, I would recommend, I think because we have vacancies, in theory, you could extend those positions, but you would be better off to go ahead and appoint for the existing vacancies. And then we would address that when we bring forward a proposed ordinance.
I just want to point out that in both the Planning Commission and the Parks and Rec Commission, no one from District 4 applied. So if we do go forward with this plan, I would like to see staff reopen the application for District 4 because we can have no one be appointed without applying, right?
Well, that would be your job. Because if we go forward with this plan, then you will be appointing someone in District 4. So you will have to recruit someone and find someone. It's not a staff job.
So I'm a little confused, but I'll let it play out.
So the idea is that each council member will have an appointment from their district. I mean, you can choose to do a recruitment, I suppose, but you could also appoint someone that lives in the district.
And we'll reopen the applications.
Yes, we will have to, we are required to post vacancies and openings for commissions and committees. So that is something we would be posting and accepting applications for.
Thank you.
Regardless.
But then the concept is you would nominate someone, and the council would ratify that nomination. We'd still have to vote on it. Let's see. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say real quick, the Planning Commission that we've had in the last 2 years, I think have done a really good job. Stefan Andranian's been the chair. Byron D'Ericle has been the vice chair. Then we had Jeff Harlan. We had Carla Navarro-Woods, Elizabeth Cairns, and then she had to leave and was replaced by John Zick. And as I look at those 6 individuals and community members, I don't see any issues of political appointments. I don't see any issues of stepping stones. I do see a group of balanced community members with diverse backgrounds that have done an excellent job over the last 2 years for the community. So with the suggestion that in recent years that has occurred, I don't think the facts bear that out. And if the implication was that the last 2 years of the Planning Commission reflects that type of arrangement, I don't think that's true at all.
Madam Mayor?
Okay.
Just a Sorry, just a quick question. So, obviously this motion is just about planning commission, but are you planning on proposing something similar for Parks and Recreation, just to put that in context?
No.
Okay.
This is just specific to planning commission.
I know, but I'm just wondering.
No, I mean, I'm not, but I do have a suggestion for Parks Commission along the lines of what staff's recommending, but it's not by district, because I don't think it is the same.
Right.
Because the parks are, they're throughout the whole city. Not, some districts don't have a park, so I don't know that, well, I guess a small park, but I don't.
Okay, I was just putting it in context. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Call for the question on the motion.
Motion carries 5-2. Council members Mansour and Guinness voting no.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
May I make a motion
Sure.
on the members of the Planning Commission? So I'd like to move that the Planning Commission, the 3 people be added to the Planning Commission. Kadarius Colbert, who's number 2 on our list, who lives in District 2, Carla Navarro Woods, who's in District 3, and Jonathan Zick, who's in District 1.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, call for the question.
I just want to make sure we have the math. So that would give us a District 1 person.
Yes, Jonathan.
We would have, that would give us a District 2 person.
District 3, District 6.
District 3 already has
So
an
districts
incumbent,
4
it
and
would have
5 will be the ones
second.
that are left.
That would leave District 4 and 5.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm going to make a motion in a minute as soon as we vote on this.
And that would
That'll
give us
address
District
that.
6. Well, yeah, so if the previous motion was that districted council members are appointing, that leaves 4 and 5 to be appointed in the future. Is Councilmember Marr?
I'm going to make a motion after we vote on this motion.
For point of clarity, Mayor.
Right, this motion includes someone for District 3, and we already have one. I'm curious if Councilmember Marr is comfortable with that. I think
I am. I would have appointed Carla Navarro Woods regardless.
Yeah, okay, good. That's all I
Call
wanted
for
to
the
know.
question.
Thank you.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Mansour voting no.
Okay, and then I'm going to move that as part of this recruitment for the final 2, that we limit it to districts 4 and 5 to be recruited.
Second.
Okay.
If I could suggest that that should probably wait until we have the ordinance to make the change.
Okay, so I'll revise my motion to say that following the adoption of an ordinance, if so adopted, that we recruit for districts 4 and 5.
We'll include that in our staff report.
Second.
Okay.
That can just be included, right?
Yeah.
As an option. So we don't need to vote on
No, we do, because we give direction to staff to include that.
it. Okay. Fine with me. Did I second it?
Yeah,
I think, yeah, call for the question.
Can you clarify the motion? Sorry.
Yeah, it's
I lost
just to
track.
give direction to the staff to include that District 4 and 5 would be the places we would recruit for the other 2 spots.
Because the only way that we get there is if we adopt the ordinance.
Right.
We don't even get there if we don't adopt the ordinance.
Well, so we have to adopt the ordinance first.
Correct.
Right.
Well,
and then do the
And then we
recruitment.
would reopen any applications.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I have a question.
just
Isn't this
actually
kind of premature since we haven't even adopted the ordinance?
That's why I'm
They
saying
can't
we will
advertise until we do the
include that
ordinance.
information in the staff report, and you can take a formal action on that at that time.
It's really just to sort of set the, okay.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
I would like the opportunity to speak to the motion.
Adopt the ordinance.
Then,
Well, we already voted, but do you want to?
I didn't vote.
No.
Okay.
I don't think we
Make
voted.
a comment.
We didn't vote. I find, I'm very troubled by this whole thing. That suddenly members of the public who were not, there's nothing in here that intimates that there was a thought to increase the planning commission to 7. Members of the public were not given the opportunity to speak on that. Members of the public were not given the opportunity to speak on the idea that recruitment should be from certain districts. I think this is this is really sad. I will not support the motion. I will not support the motion to limit the recruitment because we did not limit other recruitments, and therefore what you're doing is you're singling out certain districts while you're leaving others. Do we have anybody from, I'm trying to think of where the different people live.
All the districts will be filled except for 4 and 5. That's the only reason why my suggestion.
And may I just respond? I know they're talking, but, so the whole idea is, it's not a fait accompli that we.
Okay, well, I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay.
Well, but we're bringing it back,
Right.
and the public will have an opportunity to speak when it comes back and it's agendized.
Yes, that's the whole point, is that it's going to come back. We're going to have a full-blown hearing on the ordinance, and the public will be notified, given opportunity to give input. And I'm sorry, Mr. Humphrey, we've already closed
Point of
public comment.
clarification.
I'm sorry, Mr. Humphrey.
Okay, so
and
you
then-
don't have to notice
I'm
this meeting.
sorry, Mr. Humphrey, please. We will have opportunity after a properly noticed hearing to change the ordinance. We're giving direction to staff to come back. Ms. Barlow, is there anything inappropriate about that?
No, but I think we're fine with the direction, as I understand it. We will include the options for filling the vacancies that would be created by expansion. That will be fully addressed in our staff report, and the public can address it at that time.
Okay, thank you. Call for the question.
Sorry, if I can clarify this motion again. There was a lot of talk. So my understanding is this is the
Ordinance.
direction for staff to bring this back. So it will be, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2 with Councilmembers Mansour and Guinness voting no.
Okay. Council, is there a motion regarding the Seniors Commission or the Parks and Rec Commission?
Madam Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. I'm way down here, so sometimes
Okay,
I have to yell.
That's why I can't wait till we get into our new space. It's so hard to see people here.
Uh,
Did you want to make a
Yeah, I moved to
motion?
dissolve the Senior
Okay.
Commission, rename the Parks and Recreation Commission to the Parks and Community Services Commission, and expand the Parks and Community Services Commission to 7 seats with 1 member designated as the liaison for the Senior Center and 1 to serve as liaison to arts and culture-related initiatives and activities in the city.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Marr, did you want to speak to your motion?
No, I think staff covered it pretty well. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, I am. I took to heart what the senior Christian members said today. I think if they believe this is the right court action that fits their group, then I'm going to trust their guidance since they serve on it.
Councilmember Mansour, any comments? Councilmember Guinness, any comments?
I have a question about the motion, because I didn't hear all of it down here. I know it was to expand to 7 with the liaisons. The one question I have is, typically when a commission has a liaison to a different committee, the commission members amongst themselves decide who's going to be the liaison. But the way this is written, it almost sounds like we're going to pick which one of the commissioners are going to be the liaison. So my question is, how is that going to be done? And also, do we need to take motions on the committees to specify separate? Will this have to come back with motions on the art committee, and I forget what the other one was. But anyway, will we have to take a motion to specify that committee, since it's not on the agenda, we can't do that right now, but to specify that we have a liaison of the Park and Community Services on our Cultural Arts Committee? Because that sounds like that's what it's intended to be. Because I would support the 7 with the idea that the commissioners among themselves figure out who's going to do what.
Madam Mayor, can I? I think the motion is to give direction as reflected, and our report will provide for options on how those liaison members will be selected. and the council can take that action after public comment at the next meeting.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, any comments?
Wait, I had one other question too,
Okay.
or actually comment. I actually think parks, of all the different things we do, probably should be by district, because we have a couple of districts, more than a couple of districts, 3 of our districts, in fact, 4, 5, and 6, have basically no parkland. I mean, they have like a few little acres here, a couple of little pocket parks, and that's pretty much it. And I think if we actually, in that case, had representation by the areas, maybe there would be somebody fighting for them more.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, any comments?
Yeah, so quick question. It was hard to hear down here. Was the motion exactly what's recommended in the staff report here?
Yes,
number
I
3?
read bullet 3.
Yes.
Okay, so A, B, and C?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I had the same question, and my understanding, Ms. Letourneau, was that the way this is written, the intent would be that the liaison appointments would be done in the same way that liaison appointments are done now for Parks and Recreation. Is that
yes,
your
that was the
understanding?
intention.
That would be what I would support. Yeah, that we're not here picking those liaisons.
I didn't want to do that.
The chair of the committee. That's
Right.
the way
and
that
they
liaison.
divide up the duties over what they oversee.
Right.
I can
So
I can maybe speak to that,
I don't support
Yes.
if that's okay. So right now, the Parks and Recreation Commission, they have a liaison to the Newport Mesa Unified School District, a liaison to the skate park, and then 2 liaisons to the Fairview Park Steering Committee. The Fairview Park Steering Committee liaisons are appointed by the chair, and the liaisons to Newport Mesa Unified School District, as well as the skate park, are appointed by the commission.
Oh, that's right. Okay. What would be your recommendation for these positions? Liaison positions.
We can certainly bring that back with alternatives. I think would be the best idea.
We're not going to vote on it tonight.
Okay.
They're going to put it in the staff report.
Yeah, okay, so I support that, and I do, if Mr. Martin remembers my first Parks and Recreation meeting, I think I was pushing for more district representation in the park assignments that we had, so I certainly think that's important. We talk a lot about kind of activation, the need to get our parks more attention, and we need to be more aware of what's happening there day to day, and I just think people who are living near the parks that they're assigned to is so much more valuable than, for example, I was assigned to parks on the other side of town. So I just wasn't in them as frequently as I was. I do think there's a lot of value in district representation on the Parks and Recreation Commission as well, exactly mirroring why I would support it for the Planning Commission. So it doesn't sound like that's not part of the motion. I don't think we're necessarily precluding that, though. Right. Is that, okay.
The parks right now are designated through 5 different park districts that have been established in 2015. Staff does have some ideas on how the roles could be expanded if the commission does go from 5 to 7. We have specialty use facilities that are kind of clumped into Tewinkle Park, for example, has a bark park and a skate park, where those aren't specifically separated. We have athletic facilities that are mingled into the park district, so there's an opportunity for those to be separated as well, I think, and that could be a potential that we'll bring back as well.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, anything else?
Nope.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez, any comments?
Yeah, point of clarity, because I'm getting confused here.
It's in the staff report.
So we're following the report, right? We're not going off with alternatives?
It's the report. Is
Okay,
what
making sure.
That's what our motion was, directly from the report.
Okay, making sure. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, any comments?
Just real quick, Mr. Martin, when this comes back, because we have the issue about districts and representations of the parks, it would be helpful for me to have a listing of the parks within the 5 park districts, and then a listing of parks within the 6 voting districts. So we could look at those and determine whether or not we should carve up the the Parks Commission, or whatever it's called, Parks and Community Services Commission, into representation of either of those districts or none of them.
Okay, and would the maker of the motion agree to have staff come back with renaming the commission to the Parks and Recreation Commission instead to the Arts, Parks, and Community Services Commission.
Parks first.
Arts,
Parks,
and Community Services.
I'm sure I'm fine with that.
Okay.
It
And
doesn't
then
exactly roll off the tongue.
when this, I don't care what order. We're not talking about the order of the words. It's just adding the word arts into it.
Art, part of the community.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, and then just in terms of when you're preparing this staff report that's going to come back, you know, I personally feel like the senior representative and the arts representative, if we're going to change to this kind of a model, it shouldn't be just like it was before, where everybody just gets appointed and to, you know, a different park or a different skate park or bark park. I think we want to recruit a person who is going to be specifically interested in senior services and activities related to senior citizens. I think it's harder to appoint from the generic group if you don't have a person that's interested in that work. So I actually think it should be more, the recruitment should be more targeted. Same with the arts representative. You want to have somebody who's interested in arts and cultural activities instead of, you know, maybe that person or everybody who applies is advocates for youth sports and they have no interest in the arts. So I really feel like you have to be targeted for those two unique commission spots. That's my 2 cents.
We'll work with the city attorney and the city clerk's office to make that more targeted.
Okay, call for the question.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Mansour voting no.
Okay, council, now we still have to appoint people to the Parks Commission tonight. 3 members, yes.
Okay, I'll take a shot at it. I move to appoint Cassius Rutherford, Sarah Fahey, and Derek DeCiccio.
Second.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you want to comment on your motion?
Not really. I mean, I was impressed by all of their resumes and their applications. I think there were many great choices. I particularly liked Mr. DeCiccio's focus on, you know, getting people out and away from their electronic screens. I actually read that on my electronic screen, and I ran around the block, so that was good.
Okay, Councilmember Marr, any other comments?
Yeah, I actually think we've met our goal. I'll speak louder. I actually think we've met our goal with appointing Sarah Fay. She was very interested in the arts and attended some of our workshops related to the Arts and Culture Master Plan and had some good ideas around branding in particular. So I think we've accomplished our goal there.
Councilmember Mansour, any comments? Councilmember Guinness?
I would like to offer a substitute motion that we appoint Christina Bogner, who has served well, Daryl Neft, who would certainly fulfill the senior liaisons function, and Lynn Redmond, who's probably spent more volunteer hours in our park than anybody in this city.
Second.
Okay, call the question on, or any other comments on the substitute motion? Call the question on the substitute motion.
Motion fails 2-5 with council members Marr, Chavez, Reynolds, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, and Mayor Foley voting no.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, any comments on the original motion? Are you ready
Yes.
to vote?
So I did have the kind of my favorite on this list was Karina or Karinal Lavin. Her name's spelled differently on these. I really liked, I was looking for someone who had the experience with the kind of the plants and trees. I thought that was missing is missing currently and is missing from the broader group. I really like that she has a connection with Orange Coast College, that she's worked with the horticulture department, her interest in the community gardens. I think that's another, that was something that I think needs attention, and I know there's some talk about potentially adding a community garden. I really like that she talked about community engagement and had done some work in that area. And her mentions of kind of sustainability-related pieces, considering water use and air quality.
So we have a motion on the floor. If you want to make a substitute motion, you have to make a motion.
Right, I'm describing that I would like to see her in that group. I don't have if the maker of the motion is amenable to adding her.
We can't add her. We only have 3 spots.
If to including her, then maybe you could make a recommendation on who she would replace.
No.
That's
not how it works. That's not how it works.
I'm going to stick with my 3. However, bear in mind, we're most likely going to 7. So, and presumably, my expectation is all the people who have currently applied, their applications would remain viable for the other 2 spots. So, no, I think she's good, great. I mean, and so are the folks that Councilmember Guinness proposed, but I picked my 3 for a reason.
And excuse me, I would like to clarify something here. So if you choose to expand to the 2 spots, then we do need to, according to the MADI Act, we have to post those 2 additional positions and then go out for the recruitment. So we will reach out to these people that have applied to see if they wish to reapply again. But we can't just select.
Right, she has to put the recruitment out, and then they have to say, yes, I want to be considered.
Right, but then they could just keep this on file as their application. They just need to indicate to you that they want to be considered, correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds, did you want to make a motion, or are we ready to vote?
Well, I guess we could go through all 3, but I think I know what the answer's going to be. Would the maker of the motion be open to replacing?
Well, no.
You can make a substitute motion.
He's not going to replace. You have to make a substitute motion if you want to change it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, I'm fine with that. I've shared who I would have preferred, but I'm open to all of them.
Okay. Call for the question.
Motion carries 5-2. Councilmember Mansour and Guinness voting no.
Okay. Phew. Appointments are always tough. There's so many good people applying. We want to appoint everyone, and we just can't. So we hope that you will stay involved, get involved. You can come to the meetings of the commissioners. You can participate on subcommittees if you didn't get appointed. I know that Ms. Ashendorf, as an example, she was on the Culture Arts Committee. She used to come to all the meetings, and then she got eventually elevated up to a commissioner position. So there's a lot of opportunity to participate.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Plus, we'd like to mention that the committee recruitments will begin in about a week.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we have committee recruitments.
Oh, committee recruitments, yes.
Okay, so looks like we are now, at this time, we are going to hear from, nope, we're not going to hear from the Costa Mesa Minute. Thank you, Mr. Bora. Any additional comments or suggestions, Council?
Yes, I have something. I mean, but I don't know if it's my turn. Does anybody else have anything?
Okay, let's go down the road. Councilmember Marr.
So on March 29th at 5 p.m. is the Senior Center prom, and I'm currently looking for a date.
Councilmember Mansour, any additional comments? No. Councilmember Guinness, any additional comments or suggestions?
Just to remind people who, if you happen to be up now and watching, pet adoption event this Saturday at the Priceless Pets Adoption Center on Old Newport Boulevard. It's 1500, what is it? Anyway, it's on Old Newport Boulevard in the 1500 block. And also, if anybody has a recommendation on a furnace repairman, I'd really appreciate it because I'm going home to a really cold house.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, any additional comments or suggestions?
Yeah, and this topic came up a little bit in the last discussion. In looking at the commissions and thinking about the senior commission and then upcoming potential committee appointments, I was perusing the website a bit and looking at our the different committees we have. I think we could benefit a lot from a little bit of cleaning up there. The list included some committees that I'm pretty sure aren't meeting anymore. For example, the Charter Committee is there listed. I think we would benefit from getting a summary of the active commissions, kind of their active mission statement, maybe number of members and when they meet, and just doing a review as a body, since those appointments are going to be coming up, about are the mission statements current and consistent with the priorities that we have? A lot of the comments that Mayor Foley had about the senior commission and needs for the senior center, that got me thinking a more working body, like a committee that would actually be doing work and beyond this space, right? So what are the needs of the seniors kind of across the city? I could see something like that being a need. So I'd like to see us kind of look at the full list and assess is the body of committees that we have all current.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, or no, I'm sorry, Councilman Chavez.
Thank you everyone for staying this late. We appreciate you. That's
Mayor
all.
Pro Tem Stevens, anything else?
Yeah, just really briefly. So kind of under the radar screen, very quietly, consent calendar item 5 was voted on, 7-0 in our first group. That was to give, to bump Tammy Letourneau's compensation up to the level of a city manager. I just want to let everybody know, the vast number of people that are here before midnight, how much appreciated she is. She has jumped into, she more than deserves the pay. I wish we could vote to pay her more. She jumped into a very difficult situation when our former city manager ended, his employment, let's just say, ended abruptly. And during that time, we had a major lawsuit pending. It was very stressful. We had all this homeless stuff going on, and we had a recruitment for our staff, our city council staff, and our chief of staff. And I've just never quite seen somebody step up to the plate and rise to the occasion like she has done. So I think she deserves a round of applause.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Letourneau. Okay, I only am going to say Happy New Year. And we are going to adjourn the meeting in respect for Garden Grove Fire Chief Schultz, as well as Ventura County Sheriff's Department Search and Rescue member Jeff Dye. Thank you.
Amen.
Yeah, I just realized it.